Election Connection, Western Connecticut State University's live news and election coverage. I'm Garth Betts. This is Election Connection's 14th year, and we are here tonight until midnight.
And I'm Joanne Ortiz. We'll also be discussing issues important to Connecticut.
And some of those issues are very controversial. I'm Buster Kamaski. We'll also be hearing from our student meteorologists for updates on the weather. Quite a night.
That'll be very exciting. Some of the topics we'll be covering tonight are the Harris and Trump agendas and a comparison of their policies, crime, immigration, and democracy versus authoritarian government.
Wow.
A lot. We'll also touch on the VPs for these candidates and how they'll influence this presidential race, the Electoral College overall, Gen Z's impact on 2024 election, and the impact of social media in regards to misinformation and disinformation.
Along with that is the rise of political violence over the past 10 years, the economy, healthcare, and various culture wars, including both climate change and abortion.
Oh, awesome. But first, the main reason we're here is tonight's election.
You're watching Election Connection live, WCSU News on www.edu.edu/live. You can watch us on YouTube and Facebook at Election Connection CT or Election CT. On WXCI Danbury FM 91.7, you can hear us on the radio. And you can call in at 203-837-9182.
Let's go over to the election board with Logan Montalto. Logan?
How's it going, everybody, and welcome to tonight's 2024 election of Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. We have an incredibly busy night, especially with polls as close as they have been. It's going to be down to the wire all throughout the next 4 hours. So as you keep tuning back in, just keep in mind we may not have the final numbers for a lot of districts, for a lot of states. Those may be coming in the next few days or later into the week. So as we go through tonight, we're just going to give you guys what we have available and call what we can, but for right now it's going to be incredibly close, as we can see. As you can see here, the 2024 presidential race between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, incredibly exciting, incredibly close, but we're also going to be touching in on those key swing states that are going to be probably the deciding factor for the Electoral College going forward. We're also going to be touching on a few of those fringe states which may not be as electorally significant, but will definitely be informing a lot of voters in those states. So as we continue, we're going to be touching in on the states as they come in. Fringe, swing, it's going to be down to the wire, like I said. But we're also going to be touching on the Connecticut U.S. Senate race for Chris Murphy and Matthew Corey. It's going to be a very close race for Senator Murphy, and with his second run against Matthew Corey, it's going to be an interesting night. We're also going to be touching on some of those smaller states, or those smaller House elections for District 1 through 5, our very own district here at WCSU. So as we continue, we're going to bring you numbers all throughout the night. We're also going to be touching on some of those Connecticut State Senate seats for General Assembly, as well as Connecticut State House seats for General Assembly. And we'll have more on that with John Board in the rest of the night. But for right now, before we send it back, we want to touch on where we're at currently with some of these states. Arizona, the 11 electoral votes, questions on immigration and abortion, extremely important in Arizona. They actually have a ballot question for both measures for codifying codifying abortion or more increased immigration reform. So that's going to be an incredible issue for Arizona voters, and we're going to see as the night goes on where they land on that issue. As you can see right now, to be determined. Arizona closes around 9 o'clock, so we're not going to get some of those numbers in until a little bit later. But the next big one that we want to talk about is Georgia, with 16 electoral votes. A lot of campaigning has gone down in Georgia on both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's behalf. So we're going to see where Georgia voters come out tonight, especially with Donald Trump's Fulton County case still lingering in the backs of a lot of people's minds from 2020. Those margins were incredibly close in 2020, and we're going to see that trend probably continue this year as well. So it's going to be very close. There's a few concerns, but as we continue, we're going to have what we can most justifiably call right now. So Georgia is going to be incredibly close. Early voting counts put them at their highest so far in all time. So it's going to be a lot of voters coming out. We're going to see where they land as the ballots are closed for the night. So as we continue forward, though, we want to talk about Michigan as well. 15 electoral votes. This is actually the bellwether state for the last 2 elections. They have decided who the winner was going to be. They went for Donald Trump in 2016 and Joe Biden in 2020. Some of those issues of foreign policy are going to come up in Michigan as they have a very large, the largest in the country, Arab population. So Israel and Palestine is on the mind of a lot of voters going into tonight. Their polls have closed, so we will start to see numbers coming in. But for right now, it's to be determined. We don't have a clear count right now, but as we come back to you a little later in the night, we're going to have that for you. We're also going to talk about Nevada. Nevada, the smallest of the electoral states, the electoral count votes, but an incredibly important election that both candidates have been focusing on. That Latin vote in Nevada is going to be incredibly predictive of what we see tonight, probably. But there's also a lot of economic concerns going on in Nevada. Their polls don't close until a little later tonight, so we're not going to see that for a little while. But that significant, that not so significant 6 votes could be determinative, depending on where those other swing states go. So we're going to be taking a close look at Nevada. To be determined right now, but as we go into the night, we're going to have a little bit more for you. North Carolina, another very pivotal swing state. A lot of early voting has gone on here. It was actually Trump's only 2020 victory of the swing states, of the 7 swing states. So it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for him, an uphill battle for Kamala as we come into this election, seeing where people close off. The polls have closed, so we will start to get those numbers in soon. But right now, those numbers are still to be determined. Now, the most significant of the swing states, Pennsylvania, this is going to be, with 19 electoral votes, it's going to be incredibly important. A lot of campaigning, just like Georgia, went on in Pennsylvania. So both candidates were putting a lot of effort in to try and see where they would land at this point. Inflation and political violence, especially after Trump's assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life. So a lot of people are going to be coming out to vote in Pennsylvania. We're already predicting it's not going to be seen until tomorrow. So we'll see what we can get you tonight, but for right now, that's what we have to be determined. 19 electoral votes, incredibly important for both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Now, finally, last but not least, Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes, campaigning, just like in Georgia and Pennsylvania, a lot of campaigning going into Wisconsin. It really could go either way. They have swung back and forth in the last couple of elections, so after 9 o'clock, when those polls close, we will start to see numbers come in for Wisconsin. As you can see right now, those numbers are to be determined. But as we continue tonight, we have a lot to talk about. There's going to be a lot of campaigning, and we're going to see victory speeches from a lot of those state candidates where we have reporters out right now. It's going to be incredibly important to keep checking back in, but as we go into tonight, I want to keep you guys as updated as possible. So thank you very much. We'll toss it back to the anchors.
We have breaking news. Chris Murphy has been reelected for senator for Connecticut.
This is also coming at a time when he faced opposition from both Corey and Hyde. We know that Hyde, being an independent, may not have had as strong of a pull against him as Curry, but we know that Murphy, with 25 years in office and 12 in the Senate, definitely did have a little bit of a lead there.
People recognize his name, so they choose to keep the people who keep it the same. You know what I mean?
No, people definitely prefer things that they already know. So seeing that, especially when it's put up against 2 other candidates, they may not know either of their policies as well as they already know Murphy's.
It's what they're comfortable with. They don't want change. They like how Connecticut is with Chris Murphy. So they want to keep it that way.
Definitely, and I think also the independent person running for senator, Robert Hyde, was also a little bit right-leaning, so that may have split the votes between him and Corey, which did not benefit him.
Of course, and it's always funny to see a little bit of a microcosm of the national issues on such a smaller scale, such as Connecticut. We know that RFK actually was trying to get his name removed from a lot of state ballots because he feared it would take away votes from Donald Trump.
Especially the swing states like Wisconsin and Michigan.
And this all coming at a time when not only is the Senate, but also the Congress is kind of in flux right now. We know the Congress is stacked a little Republican, and that's how they were able to overturn Roe v. Wade. So this is kind of a monumental moment where we're going to be able to see in real time how the Senate, Congress, and the president how their policies are going to be affected for the next 2 to 4 years.
Absolutely, and while we're on the topic of that,
Yeah.
I think it also definitely helps that Chris Murphy has been in senator since 2012, I believe.
He's held office for about 12 years as a
Definitely.
senator. It's always interesting to see. And again, this circles back to the main kind of overarching feeling that we've had in politics since 2016, which is incumbent Democrats and newcomer self-starter Republicans. We're going to see that throughout the night as we progress. There's a lot of sitting Democrats that are looking to maybe be ousted or maintain their title by these newcomer Republicans who may not have as much experience in politics but still have that spark.
Connecticut's been a Democratic state for a minute now, or
Absolutely.
a bit of a long time. So I'm not surprised that Murphy won, especially so early and ballots being put in.
Yeah, that was real quick. And another similar thing to this would be Rosa DeLauro, and she's been in office for a very, very long time, and it's
Since
interesting to see
1990s, yes.
Wow, it's interesting to see how a person coming in would be potentially shaking up all of that.
One state I'm interested in is Georgia. Georgia this year decided they're hand counting votes. So, but if the votes aren't in time, the decision will be made for them.
Yeah, that's incredibly telling, especially in a current situation where a lot of people may have lost faith or are a little disillusioned with the voting process. To hear some states are trying to go as genuine as possible with a hand-picked voting, it kind of is representative of how far we've had to show just to showcase, yes, these votes are being hand-counted and are trustworthy.
And while we are on the topic of votes, let's take a look to what happens after your vote when you put it in the ballot box. We have a story on that. Let's take a look.
Every year is an election year. This year, Election Day is today, November 5th. Some states have early voting, but this is the last day to cast votes in the 2024 presidential election, including in-person and mail-in ballots. Depending on the state, mail-in ballots must either be postmarked by Election Day or received on Election Day, but counting the votes and certifying the results can take days or even weeks. December 11th, 2024 marks the Certificate of Ascertainment. The state-appointed electors cast their state's electoral votes for president. Then voters select electors by voting in the general election. Electors pledge to vote according to the statewide or district's popular vote. Each state must issue a certificate of ascertainment naming and appointing these individuals, no later than December 11, 2024. The certificates include the names of the electors, the state's certified election results, and the seal of the state. December 17, 2024. The electors must meet in their respective states to cast their votes for president and VP. They transmit the signed and endorsed certificates to officials in Washington, D.C. and their state. December 25th, 2024, the electoral votes are received from the electors on the fourth Wednesday in December. This year, that's December 25th. January 3rd, 2025, the 119th Congress convenes. The newly elected U.S. representatives and senators are sworn into Congress. This process happens every 2 years on this date, following federal elections. In the House of Representatives, this is also the day that the Speaker will be elected. January 6, 2025, Congress counts electoral votes. January 6th is not just the 4-year anniversary of the attack on the Capitol. It is the day when the House and Senate count and tally the electoral certificates in a joint session, starting in the early afternoon. The U.S. Constitution names the Vice President as the President of the Senate, who formally presides over the counting of electoral ballots cast in the presidential election. The results of the count are announced.
Wow, very pertinent stuff, especially coming at the tail end of 2020 when we saw a lot of people were not trusting the turnout of the election, mostly focused on the fact that they felt that the voting and ballot boxes may have been rigged. So it's always good to know how our votes get counted, when we can expect them to be fully counted, and what really goes on behind the scenes there.
I was quite surprised with how long the process actually is to get the presidency. I always thought that when you get the electoral votes, you win the electoral votes. That's it.
And we also see this we see this issue, especially over in 2016. A lot of people and a lot of news places had already reported that the projected winner was Hillary. And to then obviously see that that was not the case come time to actually count all the ballots, that led a lot of people to wonder, like, how could this be? And then the kind of reverse of that in 2020, when a lot of people kind of expected it to be a Trump turnout, and then we saw that Biden took it in 2020.
But also with Hillary Clinton, she won the popular vote. She just lost the electoral vote.
That's true. And as a first-time voter myself, I was not aware of how long it takes to do the entire democratic process. So I think it's really important that people would be educated on that.
Absolutely. It's great to stay educated and know exactly who you're voting for, why you're voting for them, and how it's going to be counted, especially in such a divisive election such as this one.
We're going to weather with Jazzy.
Thank you, Joe. And speaking of voting, today was certainly a great day to go out and vote, as we had temperatures in the 70s and clear skies. And speaking of clear skies, currently on our Midtown campus, we have clear skies as well. These little lights up here are just a reflection of the street lights down below. We also have a current temperature of 66 with humidity at 68% and winds out of the southwest at 9 miles per hour. Now, the National Weather Service did issue a red flag warning for our area, which will be in effect starting tomorrow at 8 a.m. and lasting until 6 p.m. tomorrow. And what that basically means is that we are at an elevated risk for fire growth potential due to the excessive amount of dry air in our area over the past few weeks, along with some stronger winds. So if you had any plans that involves anything with sparks or flames, you might just want to be aware of that. Now, we do have one more day of warmer temperatures to get through, but after that we do expect a cool down, and then we do have dry conditionings continuing on through the rest of this week. Now, moving on to the west side of the country, there is a snow event over onto the west. That stretches up from southern Canada just off screen, moving down through Montana and reaching the Rockies, and this will not be affecting us at all. And then moving over to the Midwest, there is this low pressure system which did bring a severe weather outbreak along with some tornadic activity yesterday to that region. Now, that has since calmed down, and this will also not be affecting us in the Northeast. We will not be seeing any severe weather. However, its associated fronts will be affecting our temperatures later this week. This cold front is going to be moving through our area for Wednesday night into Thursday to lower our temperatures. Now, not to get too ahead of ourselves, today, currently we are sitting in a pocket of high pressure, which is giving us those clearer skies, and then the stronger southwesterly flow is giving us these warmer temperatures. Tonight we can expect a low of 57 with winds out of the southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour and mostly clear skies. And then for tomorrow on Wednesday, we expect a high of 75, which might break a record that was previously set back in 2022, along with partly sunny conditions and winds out of the southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour, gusting up to 25, so it will certainly be breezier. And then again, we do have that red flag warning to be aware of. Now, on Thursday, we start off with our high at a 67, which is almost 10 degrees lower than our high for Wednesday. And this is the start of our cool down, where we start off with a high of 67 for Thursday, gradually cooling down to 64 for Friday, and eventually 59 for Saturday. Now, even though we are going to get cooler as the week goes on, we do get sunnier. And then to start off next week on Sunday, we do have mostly cloudy conditions with a high of 61. So that is all I have for you right now. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Jazzy.
It's been pretty unseasonably warm recently, hasn't it? I know that I think we may have set a record there on Halloween for one of the warmest Halloweens in recent, just actually of all time.
I know, and walking here, I expected it to be cold, but I was quite surprised when it was in the 70s.
Well, at least the warm weather encourages people to go to the polls.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's always great to have not feel like you got to fight the weather in order to get out there.
It used to snow at this point of year.
Exactly.
But it's completely changed now.
We have Camila Paredes reporting live from East Hartford on the Larson versus Griffin race. Camila?
Good Good evening, anchors. I'm reporting live from East Hartford, where U.S. Representative John Larson from the Democratic Party and Jim Griffin from the Republican Party are running in this election to represent Connecticut's 1st congressional district. As we know, Larson has been in office since 1999. He's known for being a leading advocate for Social Security reform, particularly through the Social Security 2100 Act, which aims to expand Social Security benefits for all Americans. He's also known for his focus on social and economic issues such as health care, Social Security, as we know, and infrastructure through all of his years in office. He has proudly supported the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021, which would invest in smart border security. It would also create a pathway to citizenship for all Dreamers, TPS holders, and eligible immigrant farm workers. On the other hand, we have Jim Griffin, who's running for the first time in this election, representing the Republican Party. Griffin has an impressive background. He graduated from West Point and decided to go into military intelligence. He has also worked at the Reagan's White House handling the nuclear weapons budget. In this election, Griffin is determined to end the Fed, similar to Ron Paul's proposal, exposing centuries of corruption to better our economy. He also promises to enshrine medical freedom in the Constitution so that all Americans are able to seek treatment in what they want and what they need and know what the government tells them to. He has also been vocal about passing legislation to ban drag shows from all public spaces. So we'll see how this election goes. We'll be here till the end. Going back to you, anchors.
Breaking news, Kamala Harris has won Connecticut with a 64.6 popular vote and 7 electoral votes.
Wow, this coming at a time where I know that at least Connecticut, well, usually and historically a Democratic state, I was seeing a lot of Republican push throughout our state.
Absolutely.
Just driving down the road, you could see a lot of signs. You see a lot of very vocal Republicans who are very outspoken about their love for Donald Trump. So it's always interesting to see that combated by the turnout of the election, especially in the state.
That's true. I was seeing a lot of Trump and J.D. Vance lawn signs compared to the Harrison Walz lawn signs, I would say. So, yeah, it's a little bit of a surprise to see. Well, I mean, not a surprise. It was pretty, 64% is a pretty good number.
Especially with Connecticut being Democratic, as I mentioned early, people expected for Kamala to win. It was also that Connecticut cares more about reproductive rights than other states do. They're very okay with health care in the state.
They're very outspoken, especially on that matter. It's always going to be interesting to see how different roles, different political choices that these candidates have made may impact who is voting for them.
That's true. And another big issue that might have influenced these Connecticut voters is inflation. We have a story on that coming up. Let's take a look.
In the face of persistent inflation, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are offering different strategies on how to address it, each hoping their vision for the U.S. economy will resonate with voters eager for solutions. Inflation is Americans' top concern, with over 44% indicating that inflation and the cost of living are at the forefront of their minds. In the past 4 years, the inflation rate has gotten as high as 9.1% in June of 2022. And even with the wage growth reaching a peak of 6.7% that same month, it wasn't enough to counter the impact of increasing inflation rates. The inflation rate has dropped down to 2.9% as of July of this year. Trump and Harris have both spoken on their plans to lower inflation, each taking their own approach.
I will pass gigantic tax cuts for workers and keep their jobs here in the United States.
Billionaires and big corporations must pay their fair share in taxes.
According to CBS News, Trump has pledged to end the inflation nightmare, but his policies, which include adding tariffs to all imported goods, would likely fuel inflation and reverse some of the progress of the last 2 years, some economists say. And according to CNN, Trump is talking about 10% to 20% tariffs on most things except Chinese goods, which would get a 60% tariff.
We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases.
Trump has also spoken on his plans for tax cuts.
A reduction in the corporate tax rate from 21% to 15% solely for companies that make their product in America.
He's also suggested eliminating the income tax on Social Security benefits. During the debate held on September 10th, the economy and inflation were the most talked about topics by both candidates.
Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before. Because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else.
Harris has adopted some of Biden's plans, but has expanded them, focusing on tax cuts for middle and lower class families. Included in these plans is a $25,000 tax credit to be used for first-time home buyers and a ban on grocery price gouging. Another tax credit Harris plans on expanding is the child tax credit.
I'll not only restore that tax cut, but expand it. We will provide $6,000 in tax relief to families during the first year of a child's life.
She also plans on raising taxes on the top 3% of American households and wants to raise corporate tax to 28%. Each candidate's plans rely on their party having a majority in Congress to proceed. Being unable to do so will knock the winner's plans off track. Regardless of who wins the 2024 presidential election, if nothing is put into place before the end of 2025, which is when the tax bill from 2017 expires, about 60% of American households will see sizable tax increases. This is Andrew Soto for WCSU News, Election Connection.
This has become an incredibly pertinent issue, especially when you look at the fact of how Trump has been trying to use the economy as a key talking point. He's really gotten to try and use it to bolster his image. He's claimed that the economy is in shambles and how he's going to swoop in and save the day. But when you look currently, we're getting reports that inflation rates are down. They're currently the lowest they've been since February of 2021. That's pre-pandemic. These are really great numbers. I mean, when The Economist calls you the envy of the world in their magazine, you recognize that you're probably in a pretty good spot financially.
Speaking on economists, what are some of their reactions to the Trump tariffs that are coming about?
Yeah, as they mentioned right there in the little in the story that we had, a lot of economists are a little worried about Trump's tariff plan, as all of the all of the money that he says would come out of pocket for the importers, such as China, they're claiming may actually start to impact the cost of living for the people who are buying the products themselves. Especially, we saw Trump threaten a 200% tariff on John Deere if they were to move their factories south of the border. And how that's going to turn out is that's going to make it more expensive for the farmers to buy John Deere equipment, as right now the nation doesn't have the infrastructure to support suddenly building a large amount of factories in-house for John Deere, more than they would already.
The tariffs that he plans on implementing will affect our economy, or most likely would, because most of our goods are imported. Our clothes are imported, a lot of shoes, products are all imported.
Absolutely.
The only thing, a lot of things that are just made in the U.S. is food.
And that is a great point there on the side of Trump, where we do rely heavily on imported goods, but this may not be the correct way of going about trying to bring it back to an America First standpoint.
And we have more details on the economy coming up in this story. Let's take a look.
Economic data over the week tells us that Americans are still shopping. Consumer spending grew in late summer and early fall, and inflation is slowing down. So what does this mean for the presidential election? The Economist magazine just had a cover story calling the U.S. economy the envy of the world. Even though inflation has cooled off a lot, people still are paying more for groceries, cars, and rent than they used to. NPR's chief economics correspondent, Scott Horsley, states that there is an uptick in consumer confidence. But consumers don't feel as good about the economy as some of the economic indicators might suggest. And that could color the way they feel about the upcoming election. Wages are catching up, but economic reports indicate it's going to take time for attitudes to catch up as well. The difference may also be dependent on what news sources people consume. The election results could come down to turnout.
We also have a reporter out in the field, Cameron Kuraz, reporting live from Waterbury on the Johanna Hayes versus George Logan race. Cameron?
Yeah, hey guys, I'm out here in Waterbury right now at the Democratic headquarters reporting on Jahana Hayes. And a little bit about Jahana Hayes. She has been serving roles since 2019. Prior to her election, she was a high school teacher and even won National Teacher of the Year. And she has signed 11 bills into law. Jahana is looking to raise teacher salaries and relieve student loan debt for most of the teachers, and is also looking to support for small businesses and relieve Medicare, will provide Medicare for all. She did raise over $560,000 in the past 3 months and did defeat George Logan by a total of 200,000 votes in the past few years. Jahana is definitely popular with the Democrats as she is trying to protect rights, solve multiple crises, and ensure a livable wage for most people and make things affordable. But that's what all the excitement has been here about at the Democratic headquarters. It was a beautiful day today. It was in the low 70s. It did cool down later tonight as well. It's going to be in the low 60s. We are seeing people coming in right now. We even saw people wearing their favorite sweatshirts. We'll hopefully get some people to interview later tonight. But this is definitely a big district to cover for Jahana Hayes and George Logan. So we will see what will happen with results later.
Cameron, while we have you here, can we hear a little bit about the environment that you're in right now?
Yeah, so I'm here at one of the hotels here in Waterbury. The doors just opened up at 8:30. We are seeing people coming in. I'm not sure how many people are behind me, not many people yet, but we will see hopefully later tonight, maybe this room filled, and they will be giving a speech where Jahana might be coming in later on tonight as well, so we will see later.
You also mentioned there how Jahana Hayes was a teacher and has a lot of focus on education reform. How do you feel that Republicans may feel about having not only education being mandated by a Democratic nominee, but also how their tax dollars might be going to it?
Well, we'll have to see for later for the Republicans. Jahana has been mentioning stuff about what she wants to do with teachers and raising the salaries, and it might be good for students. So the Republicans might see that, and as some of their students are in school and some of their children, they might see that might be a good thing. So we'll see what happens later.
We do know how Republicans have taken education as a bit of a talking point with both critical race theory, and they are a little focused on how the educational environment of schools may be affecting them, maybe turning them into like a little more liberal. So it's always interesting to see how these educational reforms will affect both the students and the teachers.
Oh, for sure. And we'll see what happens later. And definitely education has been a big role in today as well for many students and many families sending their kids. So it's definitely one important thing to talk about for sure.
Well, thank you very much, Cameron. Be sure to get us try and get us an interview or two if you can. It would be great to hear from people who are just as invested as we are.
Oh, for sure. We'll see what happens later tonight, and we'll let you know, and we'll keep you updated.
Thank you.
I'm wondering how she wants to help the small businesses.
He did mention how that is one of her key selling points, and it's always funny again to see how these smaller local races are a microcosm of the larger nation there, because we know how Kamala has also been focused on trying to get small businesses off the ground using her tax cuts. So it'll be very interesting to see how how Hayes is going to take that plan and policy and run with it in a smaller state like Connecticut.
That's true. And it's really interesting to see how some of George Logan's policies are similar to Trump's, such as importance on bringing down gas prices, supporting American energy, stuff like that.
And of course, it's always interesting to see how these two candidates will kind of take these concepts and explode them into much more wider range issues. Like I mentioned there before with education, these, especially Republicans, have taken the issue of education and turned it into sort of a culture issue with critical race theory and maybe liberalizing our youth to be more focused on that. And it kind of hits at a larger issue where I feel now more than ever, our nation is very divided when it comes to issues such as LGBTQ rights, abortion, gun control, and climate change as well. These are issues that are very hotly debated.
When it comes to speaking on culture, one large group that would impact a lot of elections would be evangelicals.
Absolutely, yeah.
I believe it was 70% or 76% of white evangelicals voted for Trump in 2016. So it's obviously a very, very the straw that broke the camel's back, I suppose.
Yeah, totally.
It's the Christians that are here and want to make a difference, and they work towards it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Especially with religion and religion with LGBTQ rights.
And we do have a story on the evangelical impact on the election. Let's take a look at that.
We don't want to see God forced out of the public square, driven out of our schools, or pushed out of our civic life. We want to see prayers before football games if they want to give prayers.
Evangelicals have been a driving force in past elections. In 2016, Trump won the presidential race with over half of evangelicals voting for him. With Trump being this year's Republican candidate, how has the GOP secured such a large group of voters? Evangelicals were not always a major political force. For most of America's history, evangelicals chose to stay out of politics, citing it to be dirty and beneath them. In the 1976 election, Jimmy Carter would make being an evangelical a central part of his campaign, and would win with mass support from the evangelical community. By the end of his term, many evangelicals would feel betrayed by his policies, believing them to be too liberal and progressive. In the following election, Ronald Reagan would see these rising frustrations and began engaging with evangelicals.
And so I know that you can't endorse me, but I only brought that up because I want you to know that I endorse you and what you are doing.
Reagan's policies would include things many evangelicals wanted out of a candidate, such as attempting to appoint pro-life judges to the Supreme Court, an amendment to introduce prayer into public schools, and making the first Thursday of May National Prayer Day. Examining the 1984 and 2016 elections through an evangelical voter's perspective reveals striking similarities. Much like Jimmy Carter, President Obama's policies alarmed many evangelists.
This was after 8 years of the Obama administration, after kind of the sea change on gay marriage. Many felt that their religious liberty was under threat.
Evangelicals were looking for a candidate that supported their views. Recognizing their potential value, Trump began directly appealing to them.
I think the appeal for Trump is not so much his bluster and all of the talk that he does. It's actually his policies, I think, that people like. And I believe that, most evangelicals can get behind a man who stands for their beliefs.
Our Christian heritage will be cherished, protected, defended, like you've never seen before.
Trump would win the 2016 election with 56% of Protestant and 76% of white evangelicals voting for him. Evangelical support for Trump has stayed consistent throughout his political career, but this year, some evangelicals have been looking to break this association.
MAGA-style Christianity already dominates most, if not every person's understanding of what it means to be an evangelical Christian.
We reflect Jesus, and when Jesus was on earth, he was here to help others. He spoke about love. He was here to protect the vulnerable, and I believe that the Democratic Party is most aligned with these kind of values.
And so, the relationship between the GOP and evangelical voters remains a crucial element in the political landscape. Will their unwavering backing of Donald Trump continue, or are we beginning to see the first signs of a break in this alliance? One thing is certain, the power of the evangelical vote is something no candidate can afford to ignore. This is Matt Garcia for WCSU News, Election Connection.
And again, one of the most important aspects of religion, especially in how it relates to politics, is where you draw the line between religious freedoms and personal freedoms. We know that back in the mid-2010s, there was a big dispute about a bakery that wouldn't serve a gay couple a wedding cake due to the fact that they did not support that via their religion. And then looking even further to now, we know that Harris supports the Do No Harm Act, which removes the freedom to discriminate based on religious vows. So it's always interesting to see this kind of push and pull in our culture about personal freedoms versus religious freedoms.
Exactly, and it's also a question of how much the government chooses to regulate these personal and religious freedoms. Some think should be a little bit more than others.
But it's not just about gender identity. It also goes into their impact in votes.
Oh, absolutely.
So evangelicals used to stay out of voting because they believed it was against their religion in some way. And then once Ronald Reagan came in, they decided to start voting.
Yeah, and it's always interesting. I feel like Reagan, a lot of people...
We have breaking news.
Oh, we got some breaking news here.
We're going to go to Brian Armstrong in Hartford. Brian?
Giving me the privilege of continuing to work with Chris Murphy. We have a seamless team that fights for Connecticut. We fight for women's reproductive rights. We fight for voting rights. We fight for civil rights. We fight for all of those rights that are endangered today, plus preventing gun violence and putting money back in people's pockets, making sure those pocketbook issues are preserved and that we give people a fair shake and fair opportunity. Chris Murphy will never stop fighting for Connecticut. So thank you to all of his staff. I don't know how many of them are here. Raise your hand if you're on Chris Murphy's staff. Thank you all. And to all of the folks who worked so hard in this election, I want to thank all the union members who are here. Our unions make us strong. And to all of the contributors, every single person who has made possible this overwhelming victory and giving me the great privilege and opportunity to continue to work side by side with Chris Murphy. Thank you, Chris, for all you do. Come on up.
Well, first of all, let's give a big round of applause for the best senior senator in the United States of America, Dick Blumenthal. He's here, he's going to speak in a moment, but there is no better governor in the United States of America. A big round of applause for Governor Ned Lamont, who's here. Let me just say this simply. Thank you to the people of Connecticut for giving me another chance to be Connecticut's United States Senator. I'm deeply grateful to this state for what they have done to put me in a position to work with Dick, to work with our great delegation. I'm just going to say a few words tonight because most of our attention is trained on these TV screens, watching very closely the national drama play out. But I only ran two pretty simple TV advertisements, digital advertisements this election. But I hope they encapsulate why I'm so excited to have the opportunity to serve another term representing Connecticut. The first commercial shows scenes from my annual walk across the state of Connecticut. It's something I love doing. It was something that was a lot easier 10 years ago when I wasn't 50 years old. But I do it because it's part of what helps me understand what I need to be fighting for on behalf of the people of Connecticut. But I also do it because I want to show people how much I love this job, right? How there's not a single day that I take it for granted, that I'm willing and ready to do exceptional things to make sure that I'm listening to everyone in this state. My mother grew up in public housing in New Britain, Connecticut, and she thinks it's such a miracle that her son, one generation removed from poverty, gets to be a United States Senator. And so I'm here to say thank you, and I'm here to pledge to the state of Connecticut that in my third term, there will not be a single day that I won't look upon this opportunity as the greatest gift of my life. The second commercial of this campaign talks about my work with Senator Blumenthal 2 years ago to pass the first gun safety measure passed in the United States Congress in 30 years, the Bipartisan Safety Communities Act. I just think on a night like tonight, it's important to remember that we don't work as Democrats and as progressives to win elections. Elections are a means to an end. We work so hard on these elections because we want to change people's lives, right? We don't accept a world in which big corporations capture all of the power and resources, leaving peanuts for the rest of us, right? We don't accept a world in which our children fear for their lives when they walk to school and when they sit in school. We run these elections to win, but then to do something with the power that we are given by the voters. And I'm very proud of the accomplishment that we have been able to achieve together as a pair, as a partnership of the Senate. But I tell you, I'm prouder of nothing more than after 30 years of the gun lobby being in charge of Washington, D.C., watching Connecticut lead the growth of the modern anti-gun violence movement, and 2 years ago, passing the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. So I love this job. I work hard to do it right. I want to continue to do that work of reaching out across the aisle to try to make change. Now, I know we are going to have a long night tonight. I don't think we'll necessarily know this evening what the outcome is, whether we continue to control the United States Senate, whether we're able to make Hakeem Jeffries the next Speaker of the House of Representatives. But I have a feeling in my heart that we have left it all on the table. I know that there is no effort that wasn't spared. And I am hopeful and confident, whether it be tonight, tomorrow morning, or Wednesday afternoon, that Kamala Harris is going to be the next president of the United States. Finally, I just want to thank a few more people. I've been doing this now in the House and the Senate for 18 years. And part of what has allowed us to do so well in these elections is that I have the best staff, both in Washington, D.C. and here in Connecticut, every single day doing the work of representing the people of this state, of fixing their problems, of listening to their concerns and putting it into action. Give a big round of applause to my team who worked so hard in Connecticut and D.C. We ran a big coordinated campaign this year all across the state, lifting up everyone who was running, state legislative candidates, our congressional delegation. By the way, I hope pretty soon we'll be able to congratulate Johanna Hayes in a big win. And from Max to Andre to Brandon to Sean to Maya to Nyanika to Aaron to the dozens of organizers that have been working all across the state, a big round of applause for an awesome campaign team. And lastly, I want to thank the folks who are standing up in the front on this side. It's not easy doing this job as a family. I am so proud of Owen and Ryder. I'm so proud of having watched them become the young men, the graceful, thankful, respectful, kind young men that they are today. Give a big round of applause for Owen and Ryder. And Kathy, I know that this has never been easy to hold this all together, but there is no way that our family would have survived this journey. There is no way that we would have been able to take this journey without what you have done. There are no words to tell you how grateful I am to you. So I get it. There's a lot of anxiety tonight, right? We're going to stay up late this evening. But I feel optimistic about this country. I feel confident about what is going to happen tonight and over the next few days. Because I've seen what we have been able to do over the last 6 years. I've seen us for decades talk the talk on climate change, and then I watched us pass the most significant investment in green energy in the history of the country. I've watched us say that infrastructure is something that we can easily do, and then all of a sudden we were able to bring Republicans and Democrats together to invest in infrastructure all across this country. I've seen the gun lobby control Washington until all of a sudden it was not in control of Washington. I have seen the possibility of democracy. I have seen our work, our collective work, be able to change people's lives. It's why I asked the people of the state of Connecticut for a third term in the United States Senate. And tonight I am so grateful to this state that means so much to me, so much to our family, for giving me the chance to continue to represent Connecticut in the United States Senate. God bless the state of Connecticut, and God bless the United States. Thanks, everybody.
Very electrifying speech there from Chris Murphy. You can feel the excitement in the crowd as he speaks. It's always exciting to see a victory speech.
Absolutely.
He was endorsing Kamala Harris. He said she will win tonight, which is something that I'd be a little worried about talking about, but I understand because he's a Democrat. But you never know. You never wanted to put it out there yet.
Of course. I also think that a lot of smaller state and district governments may hold back on their true feelings about who they think should win for president until they have won. Now that Chris Murphy is undefeated this term, he has the full freedom to be able to speak his opinion without fear of losing a vote for the next 2 years at least.
That's true. And, senators are part of what makes up the Electoral College, so it's very important to see which candidate he endorses.
Yeah, it was also interesting to hear him mention very candidly, like we hope we hold power in this Senate right now. Because really, I think a lot of people think the president's the president, they can do whatever they want. But in reality, it's all about getting bills passed. And those bills start at lower aspects. They start at the districts, they start in the Senate, or they start in the House of Congress. Like, it's not all just the president to make the whole wheel turn.
Yeah, Senate makes a lot of decisions. They're the ones who really say yes or no.
Exactly.
The president just gives the idea.
Yeah, they decide what lands on the president's desk, and that is one of the most important roles in American society.
Yeah, like Chris Murphy mentioned in his speech, it does kind of lose some importance in our eyes when it's put against the presidential election or the national drama that's happening tonight, in Chris Murphy's words. But the Senate is a very, very important branch of government for the USA, and it's super important, even at a smaller stage on just Connecticut, that it's recognized as something important that just happened.
Of course. And also, we've seen already how one thing that we believed was a national issue can become a states' rights issue.
Absolutely.
We know that with the overturning of Roe v. Wade, abortion became a states' issue.
Yes.
And that is why it's so important that people get out and vote for their smaller local elections as well, because you have to let them know what you believe in, especially when it's something as divisive as abortion. It could be the next day, it could be gun control, or it could be Medicare. It's these things that could really impact a person's day-to-day lives, and being able to vote on things on a smaller election just allows you to go even on the national stage.
True. And we have Nick Del Mastro reporting live from Washington, D.C. Nick?
Good evening, guys. Happy election night.
Always good to hear from you. How's it looking out there?
Well, it's a much different energy than a week ago when I got to talk to you guys from Kamala Harris's rally here. She's currently across town at Howard University watching results come in like the rest of the United States at the moment.
So tell us, even though I know you're not directly at a rally, have you felt any kind of energy in the air right now while you're out right in the heart of America?
The whole day, it's been a sort of trepidation, a bit of anxiety, a bit of waiting, sort of that calm before the storm feeling. Although right now, you take a look around, you can see I'm here at the nation's capital. It feels like any other night. It's warm. It almost feels like a summer night here. There's been lots of people taking pictures and just kind of enjoying the Capitol while it's still relatively quiet.
Of course. Well, you mentioned that you're at the Capitol. We did get a report recently about a man trying to get into the Capitol with a flare gun and torch, if I'm correct. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
That's right. Earlier today, in the middle of the afternoon, there was a 28-year-old man from Michigan who was stopped by Capitol Police. He was dressed a little suspiciously. As I mentioned, it was warmer here today, and he was found wearing heavier clothes. When he was approached by the Capitol Police, they smelled gasoline on him, and they asked to search him and his belongings. When they did, they found, like you mentioned, a torch and flare gun, as well as documents, papers that he wanted to, in his words, deliver to Congress. The contents of those documents, we're not quite sure. It was kind of a long, ongoing investigation over the course of the afternoon, but no one's been hurt. The arrest was made. And as I said, it was just a 28-year-old man from Michigan. According to D.C. police, no connection to the election tonight.
Very interesting.
And Nick, you mentioned that event that happened earlier. I noticed you're a little bit further away from the building. How's the security around there?
It's been tight. It's been tough. I walked down here from Union Station, one of the main metro and train hubs here in the Capitol, and all along the entirety of the walk for about 5 or 6 blocks around every government building, there was an extra layer of fencing and security, as well as extra police officers and Capitol State officers just kind of sitting around waiting. Definitely a more visible presence than normal, but that was to be expected on a night like tonight.
Of course, tensions are very high on both sides, and of course we can't forget how the kind of national reaction to the events of January 6th in 2020, it's always good that there's sort of amped up security, especially around these government officials at a night like this.
Right, and it's not just the officials that are getting the security, but different businesses, as well as people living their kind of personal lives around D.C. That memory of the January 6th events is still very fresh here. There have been stores with boarded up windows, and people just kind of taking it easier tonight, keeping it a bit quieter.
Of course.
Around the Capitol building, are there a lot of people still sitting there even though it's boarded up?
Yeah, I mean, the Capitol itself isn't boarded up, right? It's just downtown businesses, that sort of thing, sort of in anticipation. Mayor Bowser here in the city, as well as the chief of police, have made it abundantly clear since last week that any unruly behavior will be met very swiftly by the increased police presence. The police have been working 12-hour shifts and making themselves more visible, more noticeable to sort of deter any of that instigation of unruly behavior, let's call it.
Of course. If we could just quickly get your opinion, do you believe that this kind of security is warranted?
Absolutely. I think that with the speed information can travel, as well as the just tension and political climate that we've been facing over the past 4 or even 8 years, depending on how you look at it, it's definitely important to have that extra layer of security and just know that there are people here that will, while D.C. is very famous for protests and political speech, if it gets out of hand, it does need to be rounded up and brought back down to earth.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that right now, again, as we've mentioned, it's a very tumultuous time, so anything could happen, especially at such a, as I said, the heart of America there. One last question. How do you feel that what do you think the population's response has been over there to this kind of ongoing back and forth? We know that D.C. and the nation across has kind of been very divided. So what are your takes on how the population has been reacting?
Well, D.C. is a very liberal city in itself. It's been wanting to become a U.S. state for some time, same as Puerto Rico. Of course, that measure is never going to get through Congress unless there's some sort of miracle. But the people here definitely very Democratic-leaning, very liberal-leaning. All of the liberal tendencies you might see from marijuana use, abortion, healthcare, rights to votes. Everything definitely leans more Democratic here. So the city itself, you won't find much of a divide. You may find a divide between D.C. and less liberal states, right? Swing states such as Georgia or Michigan, Wisconsin, the ones that we're really going to be focusing on tonight. You're going to see larger divides there, especially because the population here is much younger, closer to my age and your age, that mid to late 20s, early 30s sort of deal.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually just caught, as you were talking there, some armed police walking by, so it's very interesting to see it in action. Thank you very much for your reporting, man. It's always great to have someone on the scene like that, so thank you so much.
Of course. Thanks for having me. Have a great night.
Bye, Nick.
You too.
You too. Bye, Nick.
It's always great to have such a wide variety of locales for the places that we have sent our field reporters out tonight.
Absolutely, a variety of locations in Connecticut and one guy in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, always great to have a little outlier there, especially it's a place just so politically energetic.
Yeah, and what I saw from behind Nick, of course, he saw the armed police walking by. Seems really quiet there. Seems like he said, there's I think he said an air of trepidation, which was a great word. But yeah, it seems like everybody's holding their breath, waiting for tonight to be over, taking it easy, boarding up their windows and shops, which is a little bit scary. But
yeah, I think definitely the pervasive feeling over there is we just got to wait it out. You know, we don't know the outcome of every single state election. I think predictions on both the Harris campaign and Trump is looking about even Thursday. So it could be a long while until all the votes are counted. And in such a strange area such as Washington, D.C., it's going to be pretty prevalent to just kind of lay low, not incite anything, and just hold your breath. Take your time.
All right, and we are at the top of the hour. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome to Election Connection, Western Connecticut State University's live news and election coverage. I'm Garth Betts. This is Election Connection's 14th year, and we are here tonight until midnight.
And I'm Joanne Ortiz. We'll also be discussing issues important to Connecticut.
And some of those issues are very controversial. I'm Buster Kamaski. We'll also be hearing from our student meteorologists for updates on the weather. Big night.
Big night. Some of the topics we'll be discussing tonight are the Harris and Trump agendas and a comparison of their policies, crime, immigration, and democracy versus authoritarian government.
Wow.
A lot.
Absolutely.
We'll also touch on the VPs for these candidates and how they'll influence this presidential race, the Electoral College overall, Gen Z's impact on the 2024 election, and the impact of social media in regards to misinformation and disinformation.
Along with that is also the rise of political violence over the past 10 years, the economy, healthcare, and various culture wars, including both climate change and abortion.
But first, the main reason we're here is tonight's election. Let's go over to the election board with Logan Montalto.
How's it going, guys, and welcome back. You know, as I said, and as we just heard from Brian in the field, we have an incredibly big win. Senator Chris Murphy just claiming victory over Matthew Corey for the second time. You know, this was incredibly big. Chris Murphy now serving his third term as senator. As you can see, re-elected. That was a quick call, and just a reminder, everybody, this is not what the rest of the night is going to look like. You know, we're going to see a lot of those later numbers coming in. This is a bit of an outlier. Chris Murphy coming in just about 10 minutes after our start here today. We actually had Chris Murphy's confirmed win. You know, as we saw from the victory speech, it's an incredibly big moment for Chris Murphy, Senator Murphy. Challenger Matthew Corey, you know, he gave it his all, and we'll see if he comes back next election cycle to give it a third attempt against Murphy. But for right now, you know, we'd just like to congratulate Chris Murphy, and we will come back next election cycle and see where he's at. But once again, congratulations, Chris Murphy. Now, for some of those smaller House districts, we do have the numbers coming in, but you know, it's going to be later, a little bit later than that Senate race. That Senate race goes a little bit quicker, but as we continue on, we're going to see Joe Larson leading pretty early right now, 5,307 votes to 1,757 votes for Jim Griffin, the Republican challenger. This is Griffin's first time, so facing off against the 12-term John Larson is going to be an uphill battle. There's going to be a bit of a challenge for Jim Griffin as he runs this election. You know, coming out of Hartford, heard, this is going to be a pretty determinative race, a solid Democrat district. So John Larson taking the lead as of right now over Jim Griffin. But as we take it over to District 2, we see a little bit of a closer race. 1,598 votes to 1,599 votes. This is incredibly close, especially for Joe's ninth term, coming to the end of his ninth term for New London. France, this is his second time competing, so that may be where France is getting some of those bigger voter blocks coming out for him. Seeing a familiar face this once again as Mike France faces off against Joe Courtney. But right now, that slight lead, that one vote lead, where we may see that difference come down a little later. But you know that is incredibly close. So we will see where that ends up the next time we bring you this information on the District 2 House. The solid Democrat district, but as you can see, Mike France really putting up an effort. So we'll see how that ends up as we go in later to the night. District 3. Something that we were more likely to see, something that we were expecting a little bit more. Rosa DeLauro, with that 17 terms, been here since 1991 for New Haven. She's leading by just over 2/3, 7,841 votes to 2,009 votes for Michael Massey. This is Michael Massey's first time running, so he doesn't have that same leg up that Mike France had for District 2. So this could be the trend as we continue forward for the rest of the night. We'll see where Rosa DeLauro ends up. She is a staple for New Haven. Her purple hair rang a lot of bells for the people of New Haven and the surrounding district. So Michael Massey is going to be putting up a big challenge as the Republican challenger, but as we can see, Rosa DeLauro taking it away very early into the night with those 7,000 votes. As we continue on, District 4, Jim Himes, 8 terms, serving his 8 terms, now going for his 9th, facing off against Michael Goldstein, the Republican challenger, a second time. As you see here, Benjamin Wesley, the independent challenger for District 4, falling a little bit behind. This is what we expect from a race between Democratic and Republican candidates when that third party comes in. There's usually not much happening. So as we continue throughout the night, 11,828 votes to 8,197 votes. So it's going to be incredibly close. District 5, Johanna Hayes versus George Logan. This one's going to be incredibly close. A lot of funding for Dan Barry, our very own district. 4,257 votes to 3,243 votes. Going to be an incredibly tight election as we go into it. But we want to give a bit of an image of where we're at right now with the Electoral College. It is going to be incredibly close. We're seeing some of those states coming in. We may see trends change as those smaller states are counted, and those smaller states tend to turn Republican. So we'll see how we go into the rest of the night. It's going to be incredibly close, but as we can see right here, it's going to be close. So we'll like to set it, and we'll actually be sending it over to the anchors with some breaking news.
Thank you very much, Logan. As always, you're watching Election Connection at www.wcsu.edu/live. You can catch us on YouTube and Facebook at Election Connection CT, WXCI Danbury FM 91.7, and we'll be taking call-ins later in the night.
As for that breaking news, Cameron Carraz in Waterbury, reporting live, has an interview with the mayor of Danbury, Roberto Alves. Let's take a look.
We're on. Hi guys, so I'm here in Waterbury still right now at the Democratic headquarters, and I'm here with the mayor of Waterbury, Mr. Paul Pernuski. And how do you feel about the election that's going on?
I feel really good about it. I think there's been a lot of enthusiasm out there. There's been a lot of participation. Our numbers are up from what they typically are, and there was a lot of folks who came down to City Hall today for same-day registration. In fact, even as we speak, there's still 75 people waiting to vote to get registered and vote tonight. So there's just a lot going on here, and I feel really good about it.
Oh, that's great, and that's awesome. And what were like your top concerns and issues that the campaign's been like focused on?
Well, it's the issues around urban centers and the problems that we have in the centers. But I'm happy to say it looks like it's going to be a good night for Democrats locally. All of our state reps, our state senators who contested races are going to come through. Chris Murphy's going to do well, and it looks right now we're still waiting, but it looks like Johanna's going to do well as also. So I feel really good about it. And I think we're going to have a good night here in Waterbury.
That's great to hear. And also, one last question to ask you: what will you think your candidate will do after they win the election results? Do you think like it's going to be a fair outcome? Or?
I think they're. You mean as far as what are they going to do for the city? Or yeah, I think they're going to continue working with us. We've had a great working relationship with our state delegation. I expect that to continue. It looks like the same people are going to be there. So I think we're going to continue to build on that relationship and get a lot of good things done here in Waterbury.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your time, and thanks for coming out, and we'll see what happens with the results.
Nice to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so you were just talking live with the mayor, and we will see what happens later tonight. It's been still quite busy here at the Democratic headquarters, so a lot of people have been coming in now, so we will see what happens later on.
Catch there. A quick apology. That was actually the mayor of Waterbury, Mayor Paul Panereski. But an absolutely amazing grab for an interview there. Great to hear about what the local offices have to say about these larger state and national elections there. So absolutely great job there.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We'd also like to introduce that we have John Board here, a former WCSU alum and previous Election Connection host. How are you doing?
Thanks so much for having me, guys. It's great to be back here. We've been doing this program for 14 years, and hey, we keep on getting better. It's a great night to be back here at the desk. Exciting presidential night. I don't think we're going to have a winner tonight due to how some of our voting laws are working. We can talk a little bit about that, but I think we probably want to just talk a little bit about Senator Murphy and his re-election. What is intriguing is Senator Murphy could very well be appointed Secretary of State if Kamala Harris becomes the 47th president. Now, under that scenario, Governor Lamont, would have 10 days to declare a vacancy in the seat, and 150 days then, which is about 5 months, to hold a special election for that. Now, what is interesting is there are several people who have already run for the seat in the past. If it's the Lieutenant Governor, Susan Bicewicz, if it's the Attorney General, William Tong. I think you also have to keep your eye on Senator Matt Lesser from Middletown as well. So it's just because Senator Murphy won re-election. If Vice President Harris becomes President Harris, we very much could be looking at Secretary Murphy in a President Kamala Harris administration.
It's always exciting to see. And then we just had that interview with the Waterbury mayor there. And it's he said that it's looking like Johanna Hayes may also take a seat. It's looking like a bit of a blue sweep across our state here tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, Connecticut really has a history of being a moderate Democrat state. Republicans haven't won a statewide seat since Governor Rell did in 2006. So come the 2026 gubernatorial cycle, Republicans really have an opportunity. People like New Britain Mayor Aaron Stewart, Senator Heather Summers, there are powerhouses within the Republican Party that can challenge Governor Lamont or a potential successor if he doesn't decide to run for a third term.
Yeah. It's absolutely interesting to count that in, especially when it comes to the fact that not only are these districts turning blue in Connecticut, but there does seem to be a kind of a bit of a wave, not just of blue, but also red across the nation. It seems like these are areas that kind of have a formula and they stick to it.
No, absolutely. And I mean, I think one place to look at is in Nevada. The Secretary of State a couple hours ago said young voters are coming out in waves, but they're having issues with curing signatures, which is a technical legal term for basically saying they need to match the signatures up with government documents. And young people, let's be honest, nowadays don't have the greatest penmanship in the world. So that's really something concerning for out in Nevada. And one of the reasons why we could be going several days. Now, I actually received a memo from the Harris campaign, and they actually published this, basically saying, it's not a sign of fraud, it's just the way it works. If we are waiting several days for results. States like Georgia, North Carolina, Colorado, and Florida should be done tonight, theoretically, people. We're talking theory right now. But moving into tomorrow and into Thursday, we're looking at Pennsylvania and Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada, hopefully having a full number count. So the Harris campaign is really thinking, hey, by Thursday, Friday, we should know who the next president of the United States is, if it's going to be Donald Trump or if it's going to be Kamala Harris. Once again, her campaign is saying this isn't a sign of fraud. It's the way the system works. It's the way that it should be working out. Now, several governors and several secretaries of state have extended voting for various different issues, if it was mechanical issues or bomb threats or other issues across the nation. So things are looking very good in Pennsylvania, an 80% plus turnout.
Wow.
So, and mostly in presidential years, on average, we look at about 60, between 50 and 65. So it's looking like a very good night for civic engagement, no matter where we land after the vote.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people have come out and vote. It's exciting to see.
And while you're on the topic of what happens after the vote, let's take a look at a story we have on that.
Every year is an election year. This year, Election Day is today, November 5th. Some states have early voting, but this is the last day to cast votes in the 2024 presidential election, including in-person and mail-in ballots. Depending on the state, mail-in ballots must either be postmarked by Election Day or received on Election Day, but counting the votes and certifying the results can take days or even weeks. December 11th, 2024 marks the Certificate of Ascertainment. The state-appointed electors cast their state's electoral votes for president. Then voters select electors by voting in the general election. Electors pledge to vote according to the statewide or district's popular vote. Each state must issue a certificate of ascertainment, naming and appointing these individuals, no later than December 11, 2024. The certificates include the names of the electors, the state's certified election results, and the seal of the state. December 17, 2024. The electors must meet in their respective states to cast their votes for president and VP. They transmit the signed and endorsed certificates to officials in Washington, D.C. and their state. December 25th, 2024, the electoral votes are received from the electors on the fourth Wednesday in December. This year, that's December 25th. January 3rd, 2025, the 119th Congress convenes. The newly elected U.S. representatives and senators are sworn into Congress. This process happens every 2 years on this date, following federal elections. In the House of Representatives, this is also the day that the Speaker will be elected. January 6, 2025, Congress counts electoral votes. January 6th is not just the 4-year anniversary of the attack on the Capitol. It is the day when the House and Senate count and tally the electoral certificates in a joint session, starting in the early afternoon. The U.S. Constitution names the Vice President as the President of the Senate, who formally presides over the counting of electoral ballots cast in the presidential election. The results of the count are announced.
This all coming at a time, of course, where the integrity of votes has kind of been questioned, especially after the 2020 election. We found that a lot of people kind of had a little bit of a curiosity. They weren't entirely trusting the turnout of the 2020 election. We saw how that turned out over at January 6th.
I agree. I feel like people being misinformed or unaware of what happens causes fear.
Absolutely. And I think the main issue is that a lot of people weren't educated on how it was happening. They saw that these were sudden influxes of Democrat or Republican votes, mainly because there are different ways to vote, obviously, in person, online, and certain demographics of voters are going to lean towards these kind of things. You're going to see some younger Democratic votes coming in through email or, online, and you may see some Republican votes during in-person voting.
And like John Board said earlier, with the signatures and young people not being able to verify their signatures,
Absolutely.
That's just like a sign of a key issue that a lot of young people don't know a lot about the election process because they've just simply never done it before.
Exactly.
But when voting, I don't think people realize on the back of your ballot, there's instructions.
Yeah.
It helps them understand more. It's very simple. It's a simple instruction.
Step-by-step list?
Yes.
Yes.
They definitely try to, I wouldn't say dumb it down, but they try and make it as understandable and easy as possible in layman's terms. The issue is a lot of people, they get in line and they're not entirely sure what they're doing. And though it is great to have your voice be heard, it's just as important that you educate yourself on the people you're voting for and the processes that you're using.
There are many people who didn't even know who they wanted to vote for. And they just kind of went with what they felt.
Absolutely, and it's really important that we treat these ballot boxes, especially with respect, because it's very important to actually get to the places that they need to go.
Of course, and of course, voting is the key, most important aspect of any functioning republic democracy and democratic republic. So it's always interesting to see when these kind of issues arise, when ballot boxes themselves are under attack, or voting poll workers are under attack, or are gaining death threats towards them for doing their job. Kind of goes to show that there are some underlying issues with the current state of American politics.
And we have John Stephanopoulos reporting live from Greenwich in the field covering Jim Himes versus the Michael Goldstein election. John?
Thank you, guys. We're here at George's in Greenwich with the Republican Party of District 4. They're celebrating their victory here. Let's talk about Republican Michael Goldstein, a doctor and an eye doctor and lawyer who's making waves as he runs for Congress in Connecticut's 4th District. With over 40 years of medical experience, his campaign highlights healthcare reform, as well as securing the U.S. border, restoring energy independence, and defending parental rights. Goldstein is challenging Democratic incumbent Jim Himes as well as independent candidate Benjamin Wesley, positioning himself as a defender of civil liberties and an opponent of government overreach. He stands firmly against what he views as the rising tide of socialism and cancel culture. Goldstein wants to use his leadership skills to bring back common sense solutions to Washington, bring back fiscal responsibility to Connecticut, and fight for our economy and freedoms.
Very heated and very poignant topic there. You also commented on how Goldstein very adamantly has talked about the rise of socialism and the aspect of cancel culture in our society. Do you believe that these more far-right talking points may alienate potential voters?
While I definitely agree that it can alienate some voters, I think that other voters definitely fall in line with that belief and are, like him, just tired of what they view as the rise of cancel culture. And while I do think it's a very polarizing issue, I think there's definitely people out there that echo his sentiments. So we'll have to see, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have struck at a point that is very poignant for this election, which is some candidates, though initially may seem a little extreme on some ends of the spectrum, some people may absolutely agree with them. And we've seen that kind of rise in a divide in our nation. And it's always interesting to see that mimicked in more local politics, especially.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't agree more. And I'm excited to see what happens in District 4 right here in Connecticut.
Of course. Yeah, well, I'm very excited, and I hope you keep us posted throughout the night, John. Thank you very much.
Will do. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
It's super interesting to see somebody like Michael Goldstein, who prior was an optometrist and had no experience in politics at all, trying to come in and challenge a already established politician.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of incumbent Democrats kind of being facing new foes as Republican people are coming in and trying to shake up the status quo for what they see as either an attack on capitalism or an attack on American culture. They kind of take these talking points and they're saying, hey, if I can't make a difference at the national level, let me do it locally.
I feel like they also kind of reach off of what Trump's saying. Like Michael Goldstein supports Israel. He wants more secure borders. He wants affordable food, energy, and healthcare. I mean, we all do. But he wants to prevent inflation and be less dependent on China when it comes to goods.
It's always interesting.
Talking about goods, we're going to weather with Luke.
Thanks, Joe, and good evening, everyone. We had a gorgeous day today. Definitely a great day to get out and vote if you did that today. It was warm and it was dry. Now let's take a look at our Midtown campus. We have clear skies overhead. You can see a lot of these lights over here. That's just some light glare from the picture that I took. There's some lights on Midtown, so that's what was causing that. The temperature is 67 degrees, so we're feeling still on the mild side right now. Dew point is 56, and the wind is southwest at 12 miles an hour. It's gusting up to 25 miles an hour, so it is a little bit breezy outside. We have a red flag warning in place for tomorrow from 8 a.m. until 6 p.m. I'll get into the details for that in just a little bit. We have a dry period on tap for the next 5 days. No rain and no showers in the forecast, and we're going to be cooler by the weekend. So we have this low pressure system that's off to our west. There was a warm front that's associated with it. You can't see it, it's off the map, but that allowed for the winds to be from the southwest and bring in some warmer air that we saw today. Off to the west, we have another low pressure system. This was associated with some tornadoes in northwest Arkansas and portions of Oklahoma as well. But we're not going to be seeing any of that. Its cold front is going to be moving up into our area in the overnight hours on Wednesday and bringing us some cooler temperatures. So tonight we're going to have a low of 56 degrees, so I'd say that's refreshingly cool for this time of year. Winds are going to be out of the southwest, 12 to 17, gusting up to 23 miles an hour, so it will be a little bit breezy outside. You might want that light jacket if you're heading out. Tomorrow, we do have a red flag warning, like I mentioned. Now that's basically because we have high temperatures tomorrow and dry conditions and gusty winds. If you are trying to do anything that might spark a fire, you want to hold off on that because we can get an increased risk of starting a fire. So definitely hold off on that, and we're going to have some gusty winds like I mentioned. The high is going to be 75, and actually if that happens we could break the record of 74 set back just 2 years ago. So definitely going to be some warm air tomorrow, and after that Thursday partly sunny with a high of 68 degrees. So notice we start that cooling trend, we go down a little bit in the temperatures, and then Friday sunny skies with a temperature of 61, so we're still cooling down. After that, Saturday, mix of sun and clouds with a high of 51 degrees, so we're back to seasonable. And Sunday, mostly cloudy, a high of 58 degrees. So seasonable for the weekend. Low temperatures start out in the lower 50s and then hover around 40 degrees in the upper 30s. That's all I have for you right now. Back to you, anchors.
Thanks, Luke.
You're watching Election Connection Live on WCSU News. You can watch us live on wcsu.edu/live. You can watch us on YouTube and Facebook at ElectionCT. You can listen to us on the radio at WXCI Danbury FM 91.7. You can also call in to talk to us or ask any questions at 203-837-9182. Wow. This is Election Connection's 14th year.
Wow.
It sure is.
Impressive. Shouting out what they have just been speaking about, they said that it's unseasonably warm right now. And that kind of leads us into a very good debate about how climate change has kind of become a really radical issue, shockingly. You don't see it in other parts of the world where it's a very divisive topic, along with abortion, gun control, LGBTQ rights. These are things that have kind of been adopted by one end of the political spectrum and are heavily opposed by the other. So it's always interesting to see what policies kind of fall into what political leaning.
Especially with global warming. Lately, they've been trying to talk about their plan more about global warming, having clean energy, trying to find a way to pull people in and help the environment. But they also are talking about how the weather's changed. We've discussed it earlier, how weather's changed, how I remember one year it snowed on Halloween and Halloween trick-or-treating got pushed.
Yeah.
And this Halloween it was warm.
It's the hottest Halloween on record in recent memory. It's pretty crazy to see. Absolutely.
And for the first time since the 1800s, there's no snow on Mount Fuji in Japan this year.
Wow, that is
crazy.
It's pretty telling.
Crazy.
But of course, it's always interesting to see, especially with issues such as abortion and climate change especially, how these aspects that you may not think are related to the rest of the political spectrum and ideologies really do play a key role. You look at something like fracking or fossil fuel usage, which of course is all just oil, it's directly linked to the economy and how we are getting our oil, how much we're paying for it, and where we're getting it from, how it's being sourced. It's always interesting to see how the economy is kind of the direct result of the culture that we have amassed right now.
Sorry.
Yeah, we do have Matt Garcia reporting live from New Haven on the Rosa DeLauro versus Michael Massey race. Matt?
Thanks. Yeah, I'm right out here in New Haven, and we are at the Schofield Theater for the race between Rosa DeLauro and Michael Massey. Now, it seemed to look pretty lively out in here. We have people watching the presidential race upstairs, so they're real hyped and packed room up there. So for tonight's race for Rosa DeLauro, she's held the seat here in New Haven for 33 years. She actually first started in 1991. Outside of being a representative in the House, she's also a part of the Committee of Appropriations. Now, when it comes to her opponent, Michael Massey, this is his first time running in any sort of governmental position. He has no prior experience, but he does have a connection to the community with his small business, the Black Corner Store. For DeLauro, her campaign is more focused on job availability, education, renewable energy, and securing the rights of the middle class and women. Massey is more focused on the economy, criminal justice reforms, and creating opportunities in urban neighborhoods.
You mentioned there how Michael Massey has no prior political experience. Do you think that perhaps he may have been influenced or inspired by Donald Trump running in 2016 with no prior political experience?
Yeah, most definitely. For Massey, he constantly says that Trump was kind of his awakening into the world of politics when he was serving his prison sentence. It was a Trump speech that got him into politics.
Wow. And you mentioned there how he did, in fact, have a stout in prison. Do you think that may have influenced his choice to try and focus on prison reform?
Yep, another thing I got to agree with, since he is seen firsthand on what it is like to be a felon and then come out, and how your life transitions outside of that. So one of his proposed propositions is to allow prisoners to work for private companies. I believe the rate is at $5 an hour, so that after a few years in prison, you could easily come out with around $50K. That's what he says.
Wow. It's incredibly interesting to see how people's personal lives have kind of affected their political trajectory, wouldn't you admit?
Absolutely.
I agree. Do you think him being in prison would affect his election, his votes?
No. That's going to really depend on what the people out here in New Haven have to say. I believe that DeLauro's held the seat for 33 years. It seems that people out here have just been sticking to what they know, so people may be hesitant to even just switch to something new out here, regardless of any past felonies.
And Matt, can you tell me a little bit more about the environment that you're in right now?
Well, right out here, you can see we have a pretty packed room. It's hard to not sure exactly what you see on your end, but upstairs it is crowded. Everyone's huddling over a TV watching the presidential race, so there's a lot of energy up there.
It's always interesting to see how many people are willing to get out there, especially on a night like election night, and support the candidates that they feel is best for our country. It's always awesome to see.
Yeah, I got to agree with that. There's a lot more people than I would have ever expected to show out to something as small as this. You tend to think of your local elections, and many people don't give as much mind to it compared to presidential elections. But there's definitely a huge turnout out here.
With the venue being so big, do you think more people are expected to show up than there already is?
Yeah, there is. I mean, even right now, we still have more and more people coming in. So.
All right. Well, thank you, Matt, for going all the way out there and reporting live.
Yeah, thank you, Matt.
All right. That's very impressive how many people they managed to fit into that building.
Two-floor building.
And you also have to think, if this is Michael Massey's first time running, these are people who haven't heard the name until upwards of maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Yes.
So it's interesting to see how fast people have kind of rallied behind him.
And
It's interesting to, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's interesting to see that he went from owning a small corner market to deciding to run.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of issues this election that have really pushed people to get out there and have their voices be heard.
And to challenge such a political figure like Rosa DeLauro, who's been in office for forever, it feels like.
And we know that this one of the most important things that have happened to become a state issue recently is abortion.
Yeah, that's true. We have a story on that, on the Comstock Act. Let's take a look.
The Comstock Act has been coming up in discussion. When the case aligns for Hippocratic medicine versus FDA, it was brought up to the Supreme Court. It was argued that the way mifepristone was regulated by the FDA went against the Comstock Act. The Comstock Act is a federal law by Anthony Comstock that was enacted in 1873. It aimed to compress the distribution of obscene materials through the mail. Since the overturn of Roe v. Wade, people in states with abortion laws have become to worry about the availability of abortion medication through the mail.
The Comstock Act would be an attempt to do that by saying that the abortion pill, it would not be allowed to be sold or sent through the mail in the United States.
Many states pass laws, just like the Freedom Defense Act,
allow women from states where abortion was significantly restricted or made illegal. That law would allow women from other states to come to Connecticut to get the health care they need and to protect the healthcare providers that give the care.
When several Connecticut Republican candidates such as U.S. Senate Michael Corey, U.S. House Connecticut District 2 Mike France, and Connecticut State Senate District 24 Michelle Coelho for an interview, there was no response. As the topic of the Comstock Act and abortion continue to sway the American vote of the people in many states, the tension and fear of the right to reproductive health care remains debatable on the discussed topic this coming 2024 presidential election. This is Steffi Otero from WCSU News Election Connection.
Abortion's been a big topic around the country. The Comstock Act is a 108-year-old act that was enforced by Anthony Comstock and got approved. It's to control birth control, whether through the mail or, especially through the mail, and abortion, primarily abortion medication.
You mentioned just how old this act really is. It's always interesting to see these long-standing, older bills and just aspects of our current government society kind of being called into question and asked, hey, is this still applicable? We saw this heavily with the Second Amendment, where people still will be claiming how the AR assault rifles that we have now may not be exactly what the Founding Fathers imagined we'd have. And to see this now kind of have a ripple effect throughout society, where we're like, hey, Comstock Act, is this still something that should be in play? And now that it's a states' rights issue for abortion, I think we're going to see a lot of pushback on it.
It's known as a zombie law, so it's a law that is just there, it's not enforced, but it can be. They can decide, we're going to enforce it. They tried to use the Comstock Act in the Supreme Court case. The Supreme Court ended up sending it down to back to the state, but it was something they wanted to enforce just because of the abortion pill being sent through the mail or being available. They tried saying the FDA isn't controlling the way it's managed.
Yeah. Speaking of things related to Roe v. Wade, we have a story coming up about the Supreme Court of the United States reform. Let's take a look.
At
a staggeringly low 40%, the Supreme Court faces its lowest approval yet, following years of controversy, prompting a new push for reform. Tonight we take a closer look at the growing debate surrounding the highest court in the United States and where this election could take us. Tension started in 2016 when Republican Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell blocked President Obama's appointment of Merrick Garland, citing the upcoming election as his purpose. Fast forwarding to the Trump presidency, the court swings heavily conservative after two of the most heated appointments in decades, Justice Amy Coney Barrett's falling just a month before the election. With a now 6-3 conservative majority, the court made a new ruling on the famous Roe v. Wade, turning back nearly 50 years of precedent. What's more, they granted a nearly airtight immunity to the president after hearing arguments from Trump's lawyers. In 2021, as part of the Biden-Harris ticket's response to these controversies, the president used his executive power to form the Presidential Commission on the Supreme Court. Their job? To review a number of arguments for and against reform proposals. The Commission had a number of findings in their almost 300-page report, the most significant proposals being the addition of justices, imposing term limits and ethical standards, and possibly limiting the court's supreme jurisdiction. The most contentious of these proposals would seek to add justices to rebalance the political leanings of the court, an act coined court packing. Critics, including politicians and professors from both sides of the political spectrum, believe it could set a dangerous precedent. Conversely, a proposal aimed at adding term limits seems to be gaining steam with not only the public, but judges too. Recent polling by the Associated Press shows that 2/3 of Americans favored term limits or mandatory retirement ages. This is echoed by a survey of judges done by the National Judicial College that found 57.5% approved of Biden's 18-year proposal. This would follow as all but 4 states currently have term limits for their state-level justices. Before this election, we took to the WCSU campus to ask students what they knew about reform and how it may affect how they vote tonight.
Absolutely. I definitely think that we could either add more judges, which would allow for a wider encompassed view.
It wouldn't be a bad idea to think about restructuring.
As you can see, the topic remains at the forefront of the public mind. And as election night unfolds, we may see just how pivotal it truly is. For now, the Supreme Court remains unchanged, but reform will undoubtedly be a question for months to come. This is Logan Montalto for WCSU News, Election Connection.
Wrapping it right very nicely into what we were just talking about, how there's been a large upheaval in the held values in our society when it comes to the government standing. We just saw there how they're talking about perhaps adding term limits and adding more additional justices to the Supreme Court. These are aspects that haven't really been questioned up until recently. So it's always interesting to see how smaller, current issues will affect things so old and so stubborn.
And some current rulings recently have probably led to the questioning of these values, like term limits and control over who is in the Supreme Court.
Absolutely. I mean, I know we're in a blue state, so of course when we hear the topic of Roe v. Wade being overturned, that immediately springs to mind is how could this be? This seems like we're not getting represented, but of course you have to recognize that half the country is red and that right now the Supreme Court has a lot of power. So the question of how much power these people are going to have and if these aspects of jurisdiction should still be trusted are really up in the air, up for question right now.
It's true. And we do have Brian Armstrong reporting live from Hartford on the Chris Murphy and Matthew Corey race. Brian?
Yes, good evening. Here in Hartford, where Chris Murphy has actually just a moment ago done his victory speech, the energy in the room has been lively and the conversation has been full, where in his speech he has mentioned quite extensively in his bipartisan gun law how the lobbying has finally ended and his work has been able to come to fruition here from all of his time in the U.S. Senate. He has spent more than 30 years within our U.S. politics and is welcoming his third term as he comes in. He has continued to do this work from his annual walk through Connecticut to listen to the voices of the people and to hear everything that the people of Connecticut have been concerned with and everything that still needs to be done. And everything going on tonight has been in celebration of Chris Murphy and the work that he's done, the effort that his team has been putting in, and it's been a strong night here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when you see something like as big as Chris Murphy taking it this early on in the night, it really starts to it's interesting to see how the rest of the night's going to play out. I mean, we just saw him endorse Kamala Harris, as well as hoping that Jahana Hayes also takes the seat. Do you think that him winning is kind of a omen of how things are going to play out tonight?
Actually, would it be possible if I could get that one more time?
Yeah, no worries. We saw there how Murphy endorsed Kamala Harris during his win speech and also shout out Jahana Hayes and hope that she would win. Do you think that his win might be a sign of things to come for the Democratic Party?
I do believe that his win is something that the Democratic Party will celebrate as well. They are now here tonight. And I do believe that from the efforts and everything that they are trying to accomplish within our federal government, this is a big step for everything that they're trying to work for, yes.
You also mentioned there his annual walk through Connecticut. Do you think that may have played a role in his re-election?
I apologize. The excitement in the room is actually captivating, and I'm actually having a hard time gathering and hearing you.
No worries. I'll repeat that real quick for you. I said, do you believe that his annual walk through Connecticut may have played a role in his re-election?
I do believe that his annual walk through Connecticut does play a strong role within his re-election, as not only is it something that, again, he does annually and is something that the people may look forward to, so that this way the people that are holding office, and especially for someone who holds office for 6 whole years, it's important for those people to be aware of and to know what is actually going on at these smaller, more local community levels where issues really begin to show themselves.
Talking about the energy in the room, how is it?
The energy in the room, as I've needed to have you guys repeat to me a couple times what you've been trying to ask me, has been quite loud. Everyone has been celebrating as, again, the polls only closed at 8 o'clock, and within the first half hour of the polls being closed, Murphy has accepted his victory and has welcomed his new 6-year term. The people have gathered, and everyone is excited for what is to come.
Wow. Yeah, well, we're excited to see how the rest of the night plays out. Thank you so much, Brian. Keep us posted.
You're very welcome.
I am curious to see if this is kind of a sign of things to come, like I mentioned there. I mean, we know that Connecticut's kind of been a blue state for a while now, but it's interesting to see if this might start a little bit of a wave.
And the popularity of Chris Murphy is definitely shown by the energy and the amount of people in the room. He couldn't even hear us. All right, and we're going to toss it to the numbers with Logan Montalto.
Nice.
How's it going, everybody? And so now at this point in the night, just about halfway through, over 65 million votes have been counted. So it's we've seen a lot of turnout. Some states turning already have been called for Donald Trump. Some called for Kamala Harris. So right now, like I said before, we went to that short intermission. It's way too early to call the Electoral College right now with some of these states and where they're at right now. As you can see, Arizona, we don't even have any numbers right now. Polls did close just about 35 minutes ago, so we will start to see those numbers come in. But for right now, Arizona, we don't have any information. But next time we come back to you, we should have some of those general trends that we're going to start seeing in the Arizona count come up. So as we move through Georgia, 16 electoral votes. As you can see, Donald Trump taking a lead. About 77% of the vote has been counted, and we saw from those early voting ballots a lot of people coming out for Trump this year. So as you can see, 16 electoral votes, 1,900,000 for Kamala Harris, 2,100,000 for Donald Trump. It's going to be incredibly close right up until the end with those last 23% of votes being counted. But as of right now, 77% of the vote, it's looking like it's going to go towards Donald Trump, but we still can't call it yet. It's still too early. We don't know what those bigger districts are going to come in as, but hopefully as we come into the end of the night, we'll have that final count for Georgia, but it could possibly, like I said earlier, go into tomorrow. But for right now, Michigan, we're also seeing a very, very close race. Michigan actually, the bellwether state, like I said, Harris is leading, but only 15% of the count is ballots are counted right now. So as we see, 399,000 to 318,000 for Donald Trump. Very, very close race. Like I said, 15% of the ballots are counted, so this could go either way still. Their ballots did just close about 30 minutes ago, so these numbers will start to ramp up as we go further into the night. Take it over to Nevada. Nevada still, we don't have any new updates right now, but like we heard from our anchors, the economy, a big issue for voters in Nevada. We'll see where they end up. Their ballots will be closing. We actually have breaking news, so we'll send it back to our anchors.
We have a speech coming up for breaking news.
Exciting to hear. Well, really quickly, just to talk about the numbers there, I think that it's always interesting to see how the turnout is going to affect the larger election. Just for a moment while we have a moment to talk here. Yeah, I think it's great to hear about how these smaller, or these swing states, as these numbers roll in, we get to see a bit of a preview of how the night's playing out, and that's always exciting.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I think we see the Electoral College slowly moving in Trump's direction. Now there are good signs on the ground for Kamala Harris when it comes to Michigan, which is really a battleground for her when it comes to Pennsylvania as well. So there's good movement on the ground for Kamala Harris. Right now, we are going to go to Representative John Larson with his victory speech.
Good evening, anchors. I'm reporting live here in East Hartford with Representative Larson. He is, I'm going to be interviewing here today. So how do you feel tonight going into this election?
Fantastic. We're so glad that it's already been announced that President Harris has carried the state of Connecticut, as has Chris Murphy. All the numbers for us and the whole congressional delegation look good. We're happy that Connecticut's gone blue, and we're looking forward to the same national events as well.
I've been reading a lot about you. I've read a lot about your 2100 Social Security Act, which is has benefited Connecticut so much. Can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Oh, absolutely. I think the most important thing that people should understand is that 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social Security. And the last time Social Security was enhanced by Congress was 1971. Richard Nixon was president. Do you think a few things have changed since then? I do, and it's long overdue for us to enhance the program across the board, repeal WEP and GPO, pay for it, and then make sure also people that are working, continue to work, aren't taxed on the Social Security benefits that they receive. So that's going to be our focus upon returning to Congress and hopefully being the chair again of the Ways and Means Committee on Social Security.
Great. Do you think anything would change if Donald Trump gets elected?
Well, listen, obviously I think the Harris administration, which has been highly supportive of Social Security enhancement, would be great. But whether it's Harris or whether it's Trump, we still have a responsibility to the American people. I believe it's going to be Harris, and we can get far more done. But if, in the worst case scenario, it's Trump, we'll work and try to make sure that we pull together the country to get things done.
Yes. Thank you so much for this interview. I appreciate it a lot.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Going back to you, anchors.
Absolutely phenomenal job there, Camila.
That's really cool.
Absolutely, yeah. And again, this shows another blue victory for the state of Connecticut. So it's definitely starting to seem like it's going to be a blue wave here tonight.
Absolutely. I think Connecticut is still going to stay in the Democratic column. Republicans have a chance to regroup for 2026 with a strong gubernatorial candidate. If it's once again, if it's Mayor Aaron Stewart in New Britain, if it is Senator Heather Summers, or a variety of other potential candidates, that might potentially get into that race. But it's early in the night. I don't think people need to necessarily get worried or freaked out or anything. Let's play the long game, and hopefully we can see how the rest of the night pans out.
Absolutely. And we have some updated numbers with Logan Montalto. Logan?
It's your SB up. So, yeah, you're right, probably. Do you want?
An incredible look into Larson's achievements as of tonight and what he thinks the rest of the night is going to look like. But like we were saying back at Nevada, we don't have any new updates as of right now. But ballots did just close about 30 minutes ago, so we will see where they are at as the night goes on. We'll come back to you with numbers for Nevada, but for right now, we want to pay attention to North Carolina, where we're seeing another very close race. There is a Trump lead as of right now, but about 2/3 of the ballots have been counted, so it is neck and neck, and we'll see where those last 40% of the ballots go as the night continues. It may be getting closer as we go, but right now we can see 1,671,000 votes for Kamala Harris, Donald Trump 1,736,000 votes. An incredibly close election, but as we go into tonight, it's going to change. We're definitely going to see a lot of these numbers change. Just a reminder, that those earlier states that come in do tend to be Republican. So as the night goes on, we may see a general shift closer towards a neutral position between both candidates. But with these swing states, we're going to be getting a very disparate elections as we go throughout. So, we're going to keep checking back in. Again, Pennsylvania, this is going more towards Harris's side. Only 30% of the ballots have been counted in Pennsylvania as of right now. But, as we see it, an early Harris lead with 1.1 million votes to Donald Trump's 989,000 votes. So incredibly close, but Kamala Harris is taking that lead. Those Puerto Rican votes that we from those comments that we saw last weekend may be leading Harris more in those bigger districts, as we see with the population of Puerto Rican citizens in Pennsylvania. So 19 electoral votes. This is going to be an incredibly important election for both of them to win, but right now we're seeing it leaning towards Kamala Harris. Again, though, only 30% of the ballots, so we may see a little bit of change in that last 70% as the night goes on. Another Harris early lead, very, very close lead, as you can see, only 10,000 votes. This is very similar to what we saw in last election with the very tight ballots, only tens of thousands of votes separating each candidate. So 18% of the vote is in right now, 535,000 to 525,000. Incredibly close election. We're going to see how this turns out. Still have 82% of the ballots to be counted throughout the rest of the night. So Wisconsin is going to be another one that we might see flip-flop back and forth a few times before we get that true idea of where they're sitting. Take it over to Ohio, one of those fringe states we talked about. We actually have Ohio called for Trump right now. The home state of J.D. Vance, this could have brought a lot of people out. 17 electoral votes. This is a very big win for Donald Trump. He's brought out a lot of candidates for Vance, seemingly, and Sherrod Brown, that Congress seat that he is fighting for right now. As we can see, with all of the Republican voters coming out, we may not see that split ballot. Sherrod Brown might be at a risk of losing his seat this year. So we'll see where that ends up as the night goes on. But Ohio, once again, called for Trump. 17 electoral votes towards Donald Trump's victory of 270. So we'll see how this continues with Ohio called already. Again, Virginia, we don't have Virginia called right now. Projected to win for Kamala Harris, but as of right now, the votes are extremely close. 1,345,000 to 1,387,000. Very, very close election, but as those ballots do come in, I believe around 2/3 of the ballots have been counted. So once we start getting into that last 30%, we're going to see who pulls ahead. Tim Kaine trying to protect his Senate seat right now. With those Democratic voters coming out, Tim Kaine may be able to defend his seat. So we will see where that goes. Like I said, projected for Harris, but we still can't, we can't know as of yet. Donald Trump is leading currently, so as the night goes on, we'll see where they end up. But over to Florida, 30 electoral votes. This recently in recent elections has become a Republican stronghold. Donald Trump taking Florida for the night. About 90% of the ballots have been counted, so it's been incredibly close. That South Florida and Latin vote, obviously, it didn't come out. It didn't pull people out for Kamala Harris, but Donald Trump pulling away. It's going to be incredibly important to watch, Florida, Texas, and California and New York. These are the big tightened states that carry most of the electoral college for the candidates. So seeing already Florida coming to a close for Donald Trump, where it's spelling out good news for Donald Trump for the rest of the night. But we will see, obviously, 30 electoral votes, a huge, huge win for Donald Trump. And finally, Texas. 40 electoral votes, this last fringe state, has already been called for Trump as well. They added actually 2 electoral votes in the last election cycle, so Texas is really going to be a big player in Donald Trump winning or coming close to a win in the Electoral College, where, like I said, with those 270 electoral votes. Ted Cruz and Colin Allred, that again, like that Tim Kaine race or that Sherrod Brown race, we may see it be extremely close, but as the polling has already showed for Donald Trump, a lot of Republican voters have come out and cast their ballots, so it's not looking good for Colin Allred along with in his race against Ted Cruz, but it's too early to call this on a national scale. As we can see from our Electoral College college count, Donald Trump leading by almost double to Kamala Harris. But like I said, a lot of those Democratic states are going to come in later once we hit that East Coast and that West Coast and those West Coast states, blue states start to come in. So it's going to be extremely close. We're already seeing Donald Trump with a bit of a lead. Like I said, 65 million votes in, but it could still go either way, especially as the night continues when those mail-in ballots and those absentee ballots and early ballots start being counted. So right now, it's looking good for Donald Trump, but it's still too early to call. So as we continue throughout the night, we're going to be bringing you that information. We're going to check back in as often as we can, but for now, let's send it back to our anchors.
And we are at the top of the hour. You're watching WXCI FM. Danbury, welcome to Election Connection, Western Connecticut State University's live news and election coverage. I'm Garth Betts. This is Election Connection's 14th year, and we are here tonight until midnight. And you're listening to us on WXCI 91.7 FM Danbury.
And I'm Joanne Ortiz. We'll also be discussing issues important to Connecticut.
And some of those issues are very controversial. I'm Buster Kamaski. We'll also be hearing from our student meteorologists for updates on the weather.
Some of the topics we will be covering tonight are the Harris and Trump agendas and a comparison of their policies, crime, immigration, and democracy versus authoritarian government.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot.
We'll also touch on the VPs for these candidates and how they'll influence this presidential race, the Electoral College overall, Gen Z's impact on the 2024 election, and the impact of social media in regards to misinformation and disinformation.
Along with that is the rise of political violence over the past 10 years, the economy, healthcare, and various culture wars, including both climate change and abortion.
And we are going to go to a break. Stay with us. Thank you for watching.
are back.
And we are certainly back.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting talking quickly about the kind of the turnout of the numbers that we've been seeing.
It's true.
It's definitely looking like on the East Coast we're seeing a lot of blue. And that's to be expected. And then in more rural areas especially, we're seeing a lot more of a lean towards Trump with a more red vote. This is also to be expected, especially since Donald Trump has made it a key proponent of this race to try and get early voters. So it's expected that right now the turnout is pretty red, especially in comparison to the larger cities that take much longer to count all of their votes, that probably do lean mostly Democratic historically.
And a lot of votes come in late tonight.
Oh,
I know
absolutely.
Hawaii, the predicted time is about 1 a.m. No, wait, Alaska, my bad. They're predicted around 1 a.m. So there still can be a big change, especially because California is not in, which is a big difference. They have a lot of electoral votes. They have about, I don't even know, I forgot.
Well, yeah, it's certainly very early on in the debate, so it's exciting to hear.
You're watching Election Connection Live, WCSU News. You can watch us on www.wcsu.edu/live. You can watch us on YouTube and Facebook at Election CT. You can listen to us on WXCI, Danbury FM 91.7. You can also call in anytime at 203-837-9182.
Wow. Yeah, this election is certainly coming out to be almost as close as 2016 and 2020. These have been incredibly divisive elections, and you do kind of have to give that up for just Donald Trump. He's been able to, time and time again, pull out all the stops. Every time you think that he's running out of steam, he's got something up his sleeve.
It's true. And sometimes it's worse than others, such as the January 6th in Capitol Hill, I guess.
January 6th event?
Yes. While we're on the topic of that, we have a story about political violence. Let's take a look.
With the election coming up and the recent act of political violence that just happened against Donald Trump, many people wonder how this could impact the upcoming election. Over the past couple of years, there have been many acts of political violence. Like when Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked in October 2022, Steve Scalise was shot during a baseball game in June 2017, and this September, a Norwalk man threatened to assassinate a judge but was later arrested. Historically, Americans have had trust in their government system. However, political violence is now the biggest concern. In past elections, candidates like Grover Cleveland, Al Gore, and Hillary Clinton would accept their loss peacefully. But things have changed. Now, candidates wouldn't accept defeat so easily. Like in 2020, when Donald Trump lost the election, instead of accepting his loss, he would go on Twitter and release a series of tweets about how the whole system is corrupt and to stop all voting frauds. All this misinformation fueled outrage among his supporters, leading to the January 6th Capitol attack.
You got politicians who, instead of wanting to bring people together, do their best to stir up division and make us angry and afraid of one another, all for their own advantage.
A recent poll from Harris X shows 77% of Americans are very concerned about more political violence before November's election.
We've already heard from people on the right saying that if Donald Trump loses the election, it means it's rigged. That's very inflammatory language. That's the messaging we heard around 2020. And that helps in part to incite some of that violence that occurred after the last presidential election.
A UC Davis Health survey found that 32.8% believe violence is often or always justified to advance political goals.
I think instead of going after your opponents, you should actually propose the ideas of what you should actually be trying to do in the country, as opposed to seeing what the other isn't doing. Because, again, I think that can, make a population very violent.
Concerns about the upcoming election are growing along with political violence, but maintaining a safe and secure voting procedure has also taken importance. Is there any doubt that current tensions will affect the election? Only time will tell. This is Cesar now for WCSU News, Election Connection.
This is coming at a time, again, where this is some of the most divisive our country has ever been. And not just in terms of the presidential election, but we've seen this kind of crop up in multiple more places you wouldn't really expect. You're seeing this in like small towns where a lot of people are so riled up by the politics of it all that they are being driven to do some pretty heinous acts. And I think that's pretty interesting to see right now.
That's true. Like burning the ballot boxes in Washington.
Absolutely,
That's just objectively political violence, and that's terrible for both sides of the political spectrum.
And people getting threatened and almost fighting, or sometimes fighting, while putting in votes.
We've seen a lot of hatred and anger and attacks pushed not towards certain political parties, although there is a decent amount of that, but honestly towards the entire concept of voting itself. I think especially after 2020, a lot of people grew disillusioned with how the government was currently running elections. They believed that perhaps that there was some sort of interference, even though we know that this has been some of the most secure that our elections have been in years. And then you can even go to see how the kind of echo chambers that people fall into definitely encourage this kind of violence. I mean, we know that Fox News just lost over a $500 million lawsuit because they had knowingly spread misinformation about rigged ballot boxes and voting machines. That is the kind of thing where if you're deep into these echo chambers and you so strongly believe these issues to be true, eventually it's going to make some people start to act out.
Yeah, the idea of January 6th and believing that the election is rigged, it creates fear in people.
And that fear can definitely be leveraged by certain political opponents in order to try and gain votes the next time they run.
And that absolutely goes for both sides. Both sides can fall into a political echo chamber where their own ideas are reflected back towards them and become more extreme in dissents towards the other party.
Absolutely. I think that the main issue, of course, though violence is absolutely unacceptable, is the fact that we are so divided we aren't able to listen to the other side. I'm not going to sit here and be a moral pariah and say that I'm perfect, but a lot of people need to be more accepting of what they hear and not take everything as either libel and evil and question what they're hearing.
And while we're on the topic of new election processes, we have a story about, or an interview about election fraud with Dr. Schofield, a political science professor here at WCSU. Let's take a look.
What do you guys think that the government could do to try and reinstill faith in itself to those voters who have kind of become disillusioned by the whole concept?
It's not a majority of voters that think our elections are rigged. I think it's a small subset. It's a very vocal subset.
Yeah, like a vocal minority. Thank you.
Yes, and the best way we know to allay those fears is to educate people about the voting process. And unfortunately, we know that misinformation is just really hard to combat.
Of course.
And the real information is out there. It's just not reaching the target audiences in ways that they're willing to accept. And so I would encourage people, if you think that our elections are insecure, educate yourself on how elections are done. There are so many checks on it. I've gone through the training to be an election official. You always have both parties represented. You always have people overseeing it. There's multiple checks. And it is so unfortunate that people think our elections are insecure because they are more secure than they have ever been in America. And I hope that that does not become more politicized, because the fact that we can have over 100 million people vote and have it be a secure election is incredible, and it's something that we should be celebrating.
So as we've seen there, I mean, a lot of political science people and professors have really kind of struck at the core of what this means for elections going forward. It's kind of set a negative precedent that if the person that you are voting for loses, there's a chance that it could be a large kind of cabal of the global elite focusing to try and persuade the other side.
And that's why it's so important to educate people on the process of what happens to your vote, like our story earlier about what happens after you put your vote into the ballot boxes. That fosters trust in the political system.
Absolutely. And I think the main issue here is that some people have become disillusioned, obviously, but other people are just starting to not accept the democracy that we have spent over like 200, 300 years building very slowly and very tediously. Nobody ever said that running democracy is going to be easy. You know, it would be nice to just have a king that we could still turn to for all of the answers, but this is a society that's focused on trying to get the best representation for the people that that you rule over, you know? So it's always strange to see people begin to doubt the very aspect of that society.
One thing that really impacted it was when Trump lost, and he went and started spreading a rumor of it's rigged. They were cheating, ballots weren't all counted. Of
course.
You know, everything that he wanted to say about it being fake.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think this also goes to show when he ran on a campaign of fake news and draining the swamp, when your political enemy is the media and the current standing political party, it makes it very easy to garner support to kind of go after these long-held institutions if you were to lose. Absolutely.
Absolutely. It's really concerning to see that.
And I think especially now, moving forward, it's going to be harder for a Republican candidate to run on the Republican platform because so many people have kind of been infatuated with this idea that Trump is going to overthrow the sense of corruption that is in American society, when in reality, what the Republican Party would need in order to stay politically viable, say if Trump no longer is going to run for office, is somebody who's willing to sit down, have discussions, have debates, and kind of de-escalate the situation that we're currently facing.
Absolutely. You know what else can be used to de-escalate a situation, Buster?
What's that?
Humor. We have a story on political memes coming right up. Let's take a look.
In an era where social media plays a pivotal role in shaping public perception, the influence of online culture on political campaigns has become undeniable. Much like political cartoons, memes can be found to depict humor in the political environment.
You might say that sort of memes are the contemporary political cartoons. The major difference, I would say, is that historically cartoonists worked for media companies and communicated that media companies' sort of political outlook, or at least were chosen in order to promote a particular political outlook.
Biden stepping down from the election, Harris's debut was met with a unique traction as her presence on social media had a positive impact on her.
I mean, yeah, the way that they market to the younger generation and on social media, I think it's amazing.
Triple edits. They've been very funny, very entertaining. The video I've seen has a ton of numbers. Millions of views, millions of likes, so it's obviously working.
Giving her much a greater standing in online culture, ranging from her seeing wheels on a bus go round and round, to her coconut army. Harris's coconut meme would eventually reach 10,000 posts alone by July 21st. But she isn't the only candidate to have such an impact with humor. With Trump surviving an attempted assassination twice in a row, it provided a variety of memes, even referencing The Matrix with its iconic bullet dodging scene. In Trump's first assassination attempt, his posts were greatly talked about on social media, reaching nearly millions of posts on X alone. Even in the recent debate, viewers were finding much humor from start to end throughout the entire discussion. Both candidates' presence on social media strives to improve their likability. As we approach the end of the election, we'll soon find out if the result of these memes was the best for these candidates' outlook or for their worst.
Social media and the young generation love making videos to make issues that happen during discussions and out there funny.
It's always interesting. The younger generation and the younger crowd loves to kind of infuse humor into these politics, especially, interestingly enough, when it can be very serious. And I think to have a lighthearted tone towards it really can help a lot of people digest it in a more suitable way.
It's true. And I've seen a lot of humorous connotations to a lot of political issues, a whole wide spectrum, whether it's like Joe Biden falling downstairs or even climate change.
Oh yeah, I think that's always interesting to see, especially you mentioned climate change there, that it's become a pretty polarizing issue, for pardon my pun. It's become pretty polarizing because Republicans have kind of taken it as a talking point of totally disavowing it as an issue. You've said that it's fake or that it's not as big of an issue as it needs to be, to even the concept that it's taking away focus from larger issues. And then in response, you've seen the more liberal crowd, who does seem to fall into like Gen Z, so a much younger crowd and demographic, they seem to have a much more proactive stance where they're saying, if this is the future of the society I'm going to live in, I want it to be the best it can be.
While talking about the climate, we're going to go to weather with Jazzy.
Thanks, Joe, and good evening, Westcott, and happy Election Day. And what a great Election Day we had, with temperatures in the 70s along with clear skies. Now, currently, the Danbury Airport is reporting some light rain, but as of right now on our Midtown campus this evening, we have not seen a single raindrop. In fact, we are staying nice and clear. These little spots right here are just some glare from the streetlights down below on the bottom of this picture that is just below this bottom third right here. We also have a very comfortable temperature of 67 right now, with humidity at 68% and winds out of the southwest at 15 miles per hour, gusting up to 26, so it's certainly a little bit breezy out there right now. Now we are in we do have a red flag warning issued by the National Weather Service that is in effect for tomorrow, starting at 8 a.m. and going until 6 p.m. tomorrow. And what that basically means is that due to the drier conditions we've been seeing the past couple of weeks, along with some stronger winds predicted for tomorrow, we do have an elevated risk for some fires as well, so just be careful. And then we also expect a cool down for the rest of this week, along with some dry conditions to end out the week. Now off to the west, we do have some weather, and I am actually going to throw it back to the anchors. We do have some interviews coming up.
You know, on the topic of weather there, we've been mentioning throughout this stream how it's actually been some of the hottest weather we've seen in October. It's like a record high for the heat index especially.
And we do have Matt Garcia with an interview from New Haven.
Oh.
Matt?
So I'm here with Rosa DeLauro, and she just gave her victory speech. Amazing speech that you gave, by the way. So I just have a few questions for you, just about your campaign in general. So how does your campaign feel about going into this election?
Well, you know, we were revved up to do it. We take every campaign very seriously and very focused, and a great campaign team led by Chris Carroll. You know, I did door knocking, we did writing, we did all kinds of efforts, you know, to bring out a vote. The issue was how we were going to bring out a big turnout in the vote. So.
Okay. Now, when it comes to your campaign, what are some issues that you find most important for your constituents?
Well, the biggest issue I've found, and I've been speaking about it for a long time, is the issue of cost of living. People today are living paycheck to paycheck. They're struggling. They're struggling to put food on the table, to get child care, to get health care, to get affordable housing. So for me, that was the biggest issue. And how then can we address those issues? And letting people know we understand what their economic circumstances are and how we are going to try to help them and help put money back in their pocket. Because their wages, while they're struggling with high costs, their wages haven't gone up in years as well, which is why I, you know, was the author of the child tax credit to provide middle-class families, working families, vulnerable families with the opportunity to have some economic security.
Now, when you brought up housing, I want to say that, you know, we have a lot of Democratic candidates. We have Kamala saying that she wants to have $25K to people, to new-time house buyers. So we see a lot of stuff of trying to raise the middle class right now. Your campaign is really heavily focused on the child tax credit. Now, how exactly will this credit help out the middle class?
Well, it helps out working families, middle-class families, vulnerable families, because if you know, for kids who are from 0 to 6, it's $3,600 a year. For 6 through 17, it's $3,000 a year. This allows people to be able to afford a rent, to be able to buy food to put on the table, to get child care so that they can go to work. So it is directly responsible, and it worked for the time that it was had been implemented. by all the statistics show that what people did was that they were able to get their kids into childcare so that they could go to work. They bought essentials for their family. They paid rent. They maybe paid a mortgage payment. So it works, and we've got the real proof that it does.
Okay, and one other thing. Honesty has been a really prominent part of our elections. I want to say, how does your campaign? How are you going to take the results of the election?
Oh, I believe that, whatever the electorate, whatever people do, then you just accept the outcome. That's the strength of the American system. It's the strength of our democracy. Is the peaceful transition of power. And that's the hallmark. If that is disrupted, then we no longer would have that great strength. We've become like banana republics, other places around the world, which don't have stability in their government. So I accept the outcome and the will of the American people.
That's it. I want to thank you so much for the interview.
Great to have students so engaged and involved in the process.
I gotta say, I've loved working on this show, so having students run an election show, it's been a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, absolutely great job, Matt. That was an amazing poll for both you and everybody out there in the crew who was able to grab that.
That's crazy.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to Mario. Again, I can't say it's not unexpected. She's held this seat for about 33 years. Or excuse me, not 33. She's held this seat since 1992. Wow. So it has been a long time. But it's always so exciting to just see people who are still so excited and passionate about representing their community.
Absolutely.
I mean, you could have phoned it in after this long, but you can tell she's so passionate about what she has to say. And even there, where she was excited just to hear that we were getting involved as younger students, it's great to hear.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm crazy. It's crazy that we got that interview. I was not expecting Rosa DeLauro to be on screen.
We're going to weather with Jazzy again.
Thank you, Joe, and welcome back to Weather with Jazzy. I'm just going to start over again just to go over some points that we missed because we did have to go to breaking news. Currently on our Midtown campus, we have clear skies. We are reporting, Danbury Airport is reporting some raindrops, but here on Midtown, we have not seen a single raindrop. We are actually very clear. We also have a very comfortable temperature of 67 with humidity at 68% and winds out of the southwest at 15 miles per hour, gusting up to 26, so it is a little bit breezy out there. Now, the National Weather Service did issue a red flag warning for our area tomorrow, which will be in effect starting at 8 a.m. and going until 6 p.m. tomorrow. And this basically means that due to the dry weather we've been having, along with the stronger winds that are predicted for tomorrow, that we are at an elevated risk of some fire growth potential. So if you just be aware if you had any plans of doing anything that might create any sparks or flames. And then we do have one more day of warm temperatures to get through, but we also have a cool down expected afterwards, and then dry conditions are expected to continue through the end of this week. Now off to the west, we do have some snow extending down from southern Canada. That's just off the map and going through Montana and through the Rockies. This won't be affecting us at all, along with a storm in the Midwest, which is making its way up into southern Canada right now. Now, this will also not be giving us any severe weather, but it did give some severe weather to regions in the Midwest, along with some tornadic activity yesterday. We will be seeing some of its associated fronts pass through the area Wednesday night into Thursday morning. This cold front will be passing through to drop down our temperatures on Thursday. But right now we are sitting in a pocket of warm air and high pressure, giving us some clearer skies. Tonight we can expect a low of 57 with winds out of the southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour and mostly clear skies. And on tomorrow, on Wednesday, we expect a high of 75 along with partly sunny skies and winds out of the southwest at 10 to 15 miles per hour, gusting up to 25. So it will be another breezy day. And we do have that red flag warning to be aware of. Now on Thursday, we'd start to drop down our temperatures, and here's that cool down that I was talking about earlier. We start with a high of 67 and work our way down to 59 for Saturday, but as we get cooler, we do get a little bit sunnier, so that's something to look forward to. And then on Sunday, to start off next week, we are mostly cloudy with a high of 61. That's all I have for you right now. Back to you in the studio.
Thanks, Jazzy. And while we are on the topic of the weather, we have a climate change story coming up. Let's take a look.
Climate change has been a heavily debated topic for years, but now with the 2024 election, it is more heated than ever. Former President Trump and Vice President Harris each have different views on climate change.
Climate change is a buildup of heat in the atmosphere caused by, in large extent, by the accumulation of greenhouse gases.
That was Western Connecticut State University's Professor of Ecology, Dr. Mitch Wagner, who teaches courses about climate change and is very passionate about the topic. To learn more about each presidential candidate's views on climate policy, we talked to Dr. Jessica Schofield.
He's going to be really opposed to any sorts of policies that are advocating for changing the economy.
Harris, on the other hand, thinks much differently.
Her policies are pretty moderate on climate change. She wants to address climate change, but do so in a way that's going to allow for American businesses to continue to prosper.
Trump recently made a comment that supports this. Trump was at a campaign event in New York City and talked about how the issue is not important.
When people talk about global warming, I say the ocean is going to go down 1/100th of an inch within the next 400 years. That's not our problem.
Trump's campaign, according to Reuters, has said Trump would back out of the Paris Climate Agreement. Trump has made his views on climate policy very apparent when he talked about the issue of fracking. One benefit of fracking is that it has lowered the price of oil and gas. The product, though, is fossil fuels, which are linked to climate change. That's why it's controversial. Trump is very supportive of fracking. He talked about how he sees fracking as essential for Pennsylvania.
If you don't have fracking, you don't have a commonwealth.
He also expressed his mindset about energy at the Republican National Convention.
We will drill, baby, drill.
Harris's view of fracking has not remained consistent. Harris once strongly opposed fracking. She made this clear in 2019 on a CNN town hall.
There's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking.
More recently, Harris has said that she does not support fracking.
As vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking.
Even though Harris has changed her views on fracking, she continues to think that climate change is something to act on.
I have always believed, and I've worked on it, that the climate crisis is real, that it is an urgent matter to which we should apply metrics that include holding ourselves to deadlines around time.
Harris has supported the Green New Deal resolution when she was in the Senate and has sued oil companies like ConocoPhillips and BP, according to Ella Nilsson from CNN. If your opinions about climate change will affect the way you vote in November, what can you make of all of this?
I have grandchildren. The decisions I make right now, and including who I vote for, are not going to affect me nearly as much as they are my grandkids.
Climate change will be just one of many issues that voters can consider when choosing a candidate for president on Election Day. This is Luke Terrio for WCSU News, Election Connection.
It's been another hot button issue. Again, as stated before, it's always interesting to see how incredibly diametrically opposed these two candidates are. We have one that's hyper-focused on what we can do for our economy, focused on fracking, focused on trying to stop a lot of imports of oil and make it kind of a homegrown economy, and that's with Trump. And then we see Kamala also now in support of fracking, as especially since it's a huge moneymaker in the state of Philadelphia, which is a place she would love to win.
State of Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania, thank you very much.
There you go.
So it's always interesting to see how these ideological issues kind of combat their philosophical views, you know, where it's right now, even regardless of the true beliefs that they may have about how it may affect the climate, they may teeter on the edge in order to try and gain some voters.
But also you have to keep in mind, climate change affects our health, it affects how food is grown. It affects housing, safety, and work.
Absolutely, yeah.
And we do have an interview about climate change with Dr. Schofield and Dr. Williams at WCSU. Let's take a look.
We saw back in 2016 how Donald Trump stepped out of the Paris Agreement, and then Biden stepped back in and got us back in there. But do you believe that Trump may have set back the climate movement, especially in America?
You know, it's not so much Trump or Biden, it's them signing for the American people, you know, and so demonstrating American acceptance of these accords and America's commitment to work towards these accords. I would say when the Paris Accord was brought up, is there was no requirement on states to comply with those mandates. It's all voluntary, and so it's much more about controlling the narrative and controlling the way that climate change is discussed in America. And I don't think that Donald Trump is really leading the voters on this issue. I think that he's responding to the voters on this issue. And we know that the Republican Party has not been supportive of climate change measures. We've heard in America a lot of discussion that it's bad for business, that our government wants to, under certain administrations, wants to prioritize economic growth over whatever effects there might be to the climate. And I would say that climate change is discussed in a politicized way in America that it is not discussed in most other industrialized nations.
And we are at the top of the hour, or half block of the hour, so we're going to run it again.
It's always good to try and keep our name out there and make sure that people are aware of what they're listening to.
Absolutely.
Especially when it comes to issues such as climate change, it's always good to have a kind of in-house opinion on it. You know, we've reached out to the professors here at WCSU. I'm sure if you reached out to a lot of college professors, it could definitely be more of the same story there.
And we are going to go to a very, very short break. Welcome you to Election Connection, Western Connecticut State University's live news and election coverage. I'm Garth Betts. This is Election Connection's 14th year, and we are here tonight until midnight. And you're listening to us on WXCI 91.7 FM Danbury.
And I'm Joanne Ortiz. We'll also be discussing issues important to Connecticut.
And some of those issues are very controversial. I'm Buster Kamaski. We'll also be hearing from our student meteorologists for updates on the weather.
Some of the topics we will be covering tonight are the Harris and Trump agendas and a comparison of their policies, crime, immigration, and democracy versus authoritarian government.
Quite a night.
Sure is.
We'll also touch on the VPs for these candidates and how they'll influence the presidential race, the Electoral College overall, Gen Z's impact on the 2024 election, and the impact of social media in regards to misinformation and disinformation.
Along with that is the rise of political violence over the past 10 years, the economy, healthcare, and various culture wars, including both climate change and abortion.
Oh, lovely. But first, the main reason we're here tonight is tonight's election. Let's go over to the election board with Logan Montalto. Logan?
How's it going, everybody, and welcome to tonight's 2024 presidential election. So, like I said earlier, we are going to see some very, very close elections, but as the night has gone on, we have seen some projected calls for both candidates. With 90 million votes in, it's going to be, coming down to these bigger West Coast states, as well as some of these longer counted districts and states. So as we continue to go throughout the night, it will get closer and closer. So we're not going to see a lot of change from where we are right now, it seems. But as we continue, we want to absolutely look at the number of states that both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris have called as of right now. So right now we have Utah and Iowa both called for Donald Trump, as well as Montana, which did have that abortion question on the ballot. So we'll see where that ended up as well as the election comes to a close. But Montana has been called for Donald Trump. Another state with that abortion question on the ballot, South Dakota, also been called for Donald Trump, as well as North Dakota. So that those northern states have been leaning towards Trump. So far, we don't know if anything has flipped. As far as it seems right now, everything has mirrored what we've seen from the 2020 election. Similarly, Alabama, Wyoming, and Louisiana have all gone for Donald Trump. So as you can see, a lot of those Republican strongholds coming out and supporting Donald Trump with some pretty large margins, as we can see throughout the states. But we also see some Harris wins on the board. Illinois, where with Chicago, that state that city that Donald Trump not necessarily has many too many nice things to say about Chicago, and we've seen Illinois come out now called for Harris already. So obviously that type of speech has led to a lot of Illinois voters coming out and placing their ballot. We also see, like with Montana and South Dakota, that Colorado and New York, both with that abortion question on the ballot, have gone for Harris, looking good for that abortion question for both Colorado and New York. Maryland as well, another called state for Kamala Harris, also with that abortion question on the ballot. A lot of people, this has really been a big mover for a lot of voters coming out and trying to make their voices heard on big questions of social policy. So, a lot of people coming out, a lot of people making their votes known. And as we can see, Illinois, Colorado, New York, as well as New Jersey and DC have been called for Kamala Harris. Delaware, the home state of our current president, Joe Biden, going for Kamala Harris as well, from his support of her right after he stepped out. It was incredibly clear that his support was going to be a strong indicator of Kamala Harris's wins throughout the election. Very similar, like I said, 90 million votes. We're seeing a lot of similarities with 2020. Some of these swing states have incredibly close margins, so we don't really know which way they're going to go. Some states have counted nearly 80 to 85% of their ballots, with some of the swing states resting more around 50%. So as the night goes on and we see those numbers start to rise, especially with the West Coast states coming in, these numbers may change. Like I said earlier, these early called districts, these are going to be more predictive of Republican wins, as they are smaller districts which tend to lean Republican. So as the night goes on, those larger Democratic districts will be finishing their polling, and we're going to start to see those numbers build up, bringing that electoral vote count a little bit closer. Right now we're seeing about 100 and about 15, I believe, to 138. So it's incredibly close. Still, Donald Trump has that lead right now, but as the night goes on, we may see that start to change, especially into tomorrow and the next day with Pennsylvania and Georgia and some of those more important swing states that could be the deciding vote. As we also heard, our hometown here at WestCon, Connecticut, has gone for Kamala Harris, as well as Vermont. So we're seeing a lot of these states coming in, being called, but the night's not over yet, and I would encourage you not to lose hope no matter what side you're rooting for. It's going to keep on going, and we're going to keep on bringing you the news to the best of our ability. But for right now, that's all we got, so we're going to send it back to our anchors.
Thank you, Logan.
Yeah, thank you, Logan. Joined with us now is John Board. He is a former WCSU alum, and he is also a previous anchor for Election Connection. How are you doing tonight?
Hey, great to be back on the table. It seems like the night's starting to move along. Things are starting to be picking up. One of the first things I think we have to get out of the way is congratulations to former WCSU alum, former SJ President Corey Paris, on his re-election to the Connecticut General Assembly. So once again, congratulations, Representative Paris, on your election. Now, moving out from a local election that's very close at home here.
Of course.
It's as Trump as former President Trump is starting to accumulate electoral college victories across the nation, more and more prognosticators and more news outlets are projecting that President Trump has a greater chance of victory. Most recently, the New York Times is placing it at over 80% chance of victory for the former president. Now, once again, I put the asterisk on this as a cautionary tale that it's still early in the night. There are some key states that the vice president will have to win in order to stay in the game, shall we say. She'll have to win Michigan, and she'll have to win Pennsylvania. Right now in Michigan, she's leading by about 8,000 votes. Now, keep in mind that Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate, is on the ballot there in Michigan, and she's pulling about 8,300 votes right now. Ms. Stein has been very much focused on the Israeli-Palestine conflict, which has a huge Arab population there in those northern states up there, Michigan, Minnesota. So Vice President Harris has a narrowing path to victory at this point, just looking at based on the Electoral College math at this point.
And it's always interesting to see, especially when you take into consideration, again, as I've mentioned before, the last two previous elections, 2016 and 2020, there were multiple moments where it was almost decided to be a victory for either candidate, only for the other one to kind of come ahead shockingly. And as you said, it's early in the night. There's also a lot more votes to be counted up until, I know you projected with the Harris campaign projected up until perhaps Thursday or later to get all those votes counted. So nobody's down and out yet, but yeah, as you've said, definitely an early lead for Trump as it is looking now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that there's also some important things to discuss about here on a local level.
Yeah.
Congresswoman Hayes, we still have that race still up in the air with George Logan.
Certainly very important.
Yes, and I think that will affect us greatly here at Western Connecticut State University, down here in Danbury, with the district stretching all the way up to the state line. So having all of the western part of the state, most importantly, including the town of Newtown as well. So that race, I think, will, while it hasn't officially been called, I think we're looking like Representative Hayes may be heading back down to Washington at this point.
And we've seen both Larson, Delario, and Murphy have all mentioned in their speeches of victory how they believe Johanna Hayes may take this as well. So it's interesting to see, especially from other blue candidates, that they're looking for this to sort of be a blue wave today.
No, absolutely. And I think one of the most important things in this election has been the economy and the pressures that inflation have placed on everyday Americans, on especially us as recent graduates and students here at university. So we've got a story for you about the impact of inflation.
In the face of persistent inflation, Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are offering different strategies on how to address it, each hoping their vision for the U.S. economy will resonate with voters eager for solutions. Inflation is Americans' top concern, with over 44% indicating that inflation and the cost of living are at the forefront of their minds. In the past 4 years, the inflation rate has gotten as high as 9.1% in June of 2022. And even with the wage growth reaching a peak of 6.7% that same month, it wasn't enough to counter the impact of increasing inflation rates. The inflation rate has dropped down to 2.9% as of July of this year. Trump and Harris have both spoken on their plans to lower inflation, each taking their own approach.
I will pass gigantic tax cuts for workers and keep their jobs here in the United States.
Billionaires and big corporations must pay their fair share in taxes.
According to CBS News, Trump has pledged to end the inflation nightmare. But his policies, which include adding tariffs to all imported goods, would likely fuel inflation and reverse some of the progress of the last 2 years, some economists say. And according to CNN, Trump is talking about 10% to 20% tariffs on most things except Chinese goods, which would get a 60% tariff.
We're doing tariffs on other countries. Other countries are going to finally, after 75 years, pay us back for all that we've done for the world. And the tariff will be substantial in some cases.
Trump has also spoken on his plans for tax cuts.
And a reduction in the corporate tax rate from 21% to 15% solely for companies that make their product in America.
He's also suggested eliminating the income tax on Social Security benefits. During the debate held on September 10th, the economy and inflation were the most talked about topics by both candidates.
Look, we've had a terrible economy because inflation which is really known as a country buster. It breaks up countries. We have inflation like very few people have ever seen before. Because I've never seen a worse period of time. People can't go out and buy cereal or bacon or eggs or anything else.
Harris has adopted some of Biden's plans, but has expanded them, focusing on tax cuts for middle and lower class families. Included in these plans is a $25,000 tax credit to be used for first-time homebuyers and a ban on grocery price gouging. Another tax credit Harris plans on expanding is the child tax credit.
I'll not only restore that tax cut, but expand it. We will provide $6,000 in tax relief to families during the first year of a child's life.
She also plans on raising taxes on the top 3% of American households and wants to raise corporate tax to 28%. Each candidate's plans rely on their party having a majority in Congress to proceed. Being unable to do so will knock the winner's plans off track. Regardless of who wins the 2024 presidential election, if nothing is put into place before the end of 2025, which is when the tax bill from 2017 expires, about 60% of American households will see sizable tax increases. This is Andrew Soto for WCSU News, Election Connection.
Wow. And focusing on especially the economy and inflation there, it's incredibly potent at this time especially, where this is going to kind of determine the outcome of the election here. If enough people feel that the economy needs saving, they may turn to Trump, as I know especially, a lot of people view Harris as an extension of the Biden administration. And any woes or qualms they may have with the Biden administration, they're going to project onto Harris. So that's one of those things where, especially perhaps earlier on, Harris definitely should have put effort into separating herself from Biden in order to gain that vote back.
Absolutely. And the numbers are important.
Absolutely.
And that's why we're going to them with Logan Montalto.
How's it going, guys? So we just brought you some of those bigger state numbers that we have in right now, but as we have gone through the night, those House districts for Connecticut have come to a close. As we see here, John Larson has claimed victory as the incumbent once again, now going into his 13th term. It's an incredible victory against Jim Griffin. This was a close race at the beginning, as we saw, but John Larson has come out and been reelected for his 13th term. So as with Senator Chris Murphy, John Larson will be heading back down to Washington, D.C. to take on his role as representative once more. We also, as you can see here, not called yet, but District 2, Joe Courtney, 51,000 to 45,000 votes. A very close race with only about a 5% margin between them. So incredibly close, solid Democrat state. Joe Courtney still taking the lead right now. Democratic incumbent, like I said earlier, these Democratic incumbents in Connecticut, especially with the Harris vote, it's looking very good for a lot of our home representatives here in Connecticut for Democrat. So Joe Courtney looking very good. We'll come back again later and see where he's at. But right now we're also looking at Rosa DeLauro versus Michael Massey, another incredibly close race, 9,800 votes to 9,500 votes, incredibly close. Like I said, this is Massey's first time running. We just saw from our interview with Matt that Rosa DeLauro is confident about tonight and she's feeling good. So as the night comes to a close, we're going to see where she is at. But right now, she does have the lead over Michael Massey. Going to be a close election with only a 400 vote disparity right now, 300 to 400 vote disparity. So incredibly close. District 4. Jim Himes has claimed victory once more against Michael Goldstein and Benjamin Wesley. As you see, he has been re-elected once again. That those Democratic incumbents coming in strong, like we saw for the votes for Harris. A lot of Democratic voters coming out in the state of Connecticut. So good, very fortunate win for Jim Himes. He was facing off against Michael Goldstein for a second time, and he has prevailed for a second time. So, big shout out to Jim Himes for that victory. Good on you. And as we continue throughout the night, we're going to maybe see that same pattern continued with District 2 and District 3. But as we go into District 4, our very own district here, our District 5, our very own district here, as you can see, like I said earlier, this is the closest race that we have going on in the state of Connecticut. There were margins of 1% to 2% differences in the polls. So as you see here, 18,300 votes to 17,500 votes, an incredibly close election for Jahana Hayes and George Logan. Like I said, incredible amounts of funding for both of them coming out. So what we see, this was expected for tonight, but it is looking good. She is in the lead right now. So as we continue throughout the night, we'll see where Jahana Hayes lands as the Democratic incumbent. She is the Democratic incumbent with the least amount of terms under her belt, but once again, taking the lead over George Logan for the second time. So we're going to see where Jahana Hayes ends up tonight. But before we send it back, we do want to take a look at the Electoral College. We're seeing a lot of these states coming in. Everything that you see red or fully blue has been called as of right now. So we can see 113 electoral votes to 210 electoral votes. A lot of states have come to a close or are coming to a close as the night continues. So we see not very many states are up in the air right now. We still see Arizona, New Mexico, and a lot of those swing states still up in the air. Arizona, about 55% of the votes cast, but it is a very close race, 1% to 2% margin between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. So in those Arizona districts, it will be determinative as those last half of the votes come in. Before we as we keep on going, looking at Georgia, 80% of the vote counted. There is a strong Trump lead with about 3 to 4%. So with only 20% left of the ballots to count, it's going to be an incredibly close race for Kamala Harris. She's really going to be hoping to pull through with those last 20% of voters. They will be from larger districts, so we're going to see where they come in. But an early Trump lead, and it has continued throughout the night so far as we have seen. So Georgia, we're going to see where they land. But right now, leaning towards Donald Trump with 80% of the ballots counted. So another important state, Michigan, like I said, still leaning a little red right now, but only 22% of the ballots have been counted, so it will be a longer, drawn-out election. Harris did take a little bit of a lead for a while, and like I said, only around 25% of the ballots counted. We can't really make a decision right now, but it is leaning Trump with the popular vote, as we know currently. Nevada haven't gotten in any numbers as of yet, but as the night continues, their ballots will start to flow in within the hour. So we will have updates soon for you on Nevada, but North Carolina, neck and neck, Trump leading right now, 85% of the ballots counted, the most ballots counted out of the swing states. So North Carolina looking very strong for Trump. I think about a 2 to 3% ballot difference in those in that state. So looking good for Trump, just like with Georgia. A lot of those ballots came in, but Harris is really going to be fighting for those last 20 to 15% of those ballots. Finally, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. You see Pennsylvania leaning red right now. Surprisingly, Kamala Harris was taking the lead for the majority of the night, but as we have continued coming into the third hour of our broadcast, Pennsylvania is falling a little bit behind for Kamala Harris. Only about 55% of the ballots, 60% of the ballots counted, so still a large portion of the population left to count. A slight Trump lead, but Kamala Harris still could bring that back. We aren't sure yet, especially with a lot of that campaigning that we saw. But Wisconsin, pretty much a dead tie. 50% of the ballots counted. We have no idea where Wisconsin is going to go. Like I said, they did go back and forth for both elections, so it's going to be incredibly close. In 2016 and 2020, they went back and forth, so we could see a similar trend to that pattern, but as of right now, with only 50% of the ballots counted, that's all we have. So right now we're looking at a pretty big Trump lead, but like I said, as the night continues, that could change. We're not there yet. We still have to wait for those West Coast states to come in. So as of right now, that is all we have. So we'll toss it back to the anchors at the desk.
Wow. Certainly becoming a pretty interesting election for sure. I think especially after the events that occurred in 2020, a lot of Democratic mayors and politicians came out and were very quick to hop on the concept of, if this was the Democratic case, we wouldn't have gotten to the Capitol. We would have handled this with more grace. And if this does turn out to be a Trump victory, it's going to be interesting to see how Democratic politicians and Democrats in general are going to respond. We saw in 2016 how they really became outspoken and they were very upset because of certain more on like a moral aspect there. Before he was able to enact any of his policies, they were more upset about the kind of man that Donald Trump was as a person. So yeah, now that we've had kind of a taste of 4 years under Trump and a taste of 4 years under Biden, and again, a lot of people view Harris as just a successor to Biden. Yes. It's going to be incredibly interesting to see if Trump does take the win here, how Democrats are going to respond, and vice versa.
That's true.
It's
And while it does look a little bit Trump leaning right now, it's only 25% of the votes counted. There's still a good margin to go, and of course, it's probably going to be a little bit of a while before the final president can be announced.
If I was a betting man, I'm not sure who I'd be putting my money on right now. It is certainly still too close to call.
Absolutely.
Arizona is very interesting. Trump is only leading by 0.2%.
And that is incredibly interesting.
And only half of the votes have been counted.
And that's about 3,000 votes, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
It is. Less than 3,000, actually.
It's incredibly interesting with Arizona especially because as one of the southern border states, it has some of the highest rhetoric directed at it towards from Trump. You know, in 2016, he was chanting, "Build that wall." And then now, we know that immigration is a big issue in Arizona, so it's very interesting to see if he's going to be able to have enough turnout from Republican voters to actually sway it red.
It's very interesting to see how the issues specifically affecting some states could change their votes on things. So, like, for instance, Arizona is on the border to Mexico, and that definitely could affect their policies concerning immigration.
Yeah. And then, of course, farther from the south of the border, so we're looking at Connecticut, New York, all of the East Coast, especially New England. They may not be as concerned about that, so they may turn their attention to abortion. And when it's a state's issue, they're going to be voting Democrat throughout if that's what they believe in. So it's always interesting to see how these disparate aspects of this nation are going to play out on a grander scale.
Absolutely, and it's super interesting to tell how it's going to affect tonight.
Yeah.
California can make a big difference.
Absolutely.
Yes,
yeah.
That's true.
We did see a bit of a red wave in California from projected voting, but of course with such large cities like LA and just the larger, more liberal leading cities throughout California, which of course is where Harris kind of got her start. It's going to be incredibly interesting to see how that one plays out.
That could include like San Francisco, San Diego. I could name all the towns in California if I really wanted to.
Of course. So they're definitely going to have a lot of blue votes coming in from those larger cities, which of course take a little longer to count than the more rural areas.
Yeah. And yeah, it's super interesting to see the blue wave that's coming over Connecticut.
Oh, yeah.
As that may not be shocking to a ton of people. There is a lot of Democratic voters in Connecticut, and especially for local leaders like, for instance, Jahana Hayes hasn't won yet, but DeLauro, Chris Murphy, these are all, we predicted this.
Of course.
Yes.
And just as we have a hard focus on, oh, these states will be blue, no problem, these will be red, no problem, just as many states that we've really had a hard, specific assumption for have come out and shocked us. Absolutely. I mean, we all knew Florida most likely would lean red.
Along with Texas.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's always interesting to see these these huge swing states that have a large rural population and a dense urban population. They really could go either way.
Yes.
I'm honestly quite surprised that in Michigan they're running more Republican right now, considering, or Minnesota. It's Minnesota. I'm sorry.
Yes. No worries.
Especially because Walz is from Minnesota and he's running for vice president. I'm actually quite surprised. And normally Minnesota, at least last election, they were a Democratic state.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Vance is from Ohio, correct?
Yes. Ohio.
And we can see how Ohio is leaning red. So you would expect
Ohio
a lot
is
of
red.
Yeah, you'd expect a lot of hometown sentiment for the vice presidents in this election. But seeing what you've just said, it may be a little bit off. It might be a little skewed.
Definitely, and we can see even now that the political states that are usually red or blue leaning, things change, demographics change, population shift, and priorities may become different.
Absolutely.
But the states that California is now blue.
Wow.
It's leaning blue?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
With states like Michigan, they only have about 11% of their ballots counted. Even though Kamala is down by less than 30%, it can still change because not many ballots were counted.
Absolutely.
And again, we are on our last hours, so we're going to run our little song and dance once more. Last time, welcome to Election Connection, Western Connecticut State University's live news and election coverage. I'm Garth Betts. This is Election Connection's 14th year, and we are here tonight until midnight. And you're listening to us on WXCI 91.7 FM Danbury.
And I'm Joanne Ortiz. We'll also be discussing issues important to Connecticut.
And some of those issues are very controversial. I'm Buster Kamaski. We'll also be hearing from our student meteorologists for updates on the weather.
Some of the topics we'll be covering tonight are the Harris and Trump agendas and a comparison of their policies, crime, immigration, and democracy versus authoritarian government. Wow. A lot.
Absolutely.
We'll also touch on the VPs for these candidates and how they'll influence this presidential race, the Electoral College overall, Gen Z's impact on the 2024 election, and the impact of social media in regards to misinformation and disinformation.
Along with that is the rise of political violence over the past 10 years, the economy, healthcare, and various culture wars, including climate change and abortion.
But first, the main reason we are here is tonight's election. Let's go over to the election board with Logan Montalto.
How's it going, everybody? So we just saw from the electoral map that it is a bit of a Republican runaway as of right now, but I do just want to remind everybody that this is very similar to what we saw last election and where a lot of those claims of election interference come from. Very, very strong in one direction at the beginning of the night, but it could go a very different way as those mail-in ballots and early voting ballots are counted. So it's still very up in the air. We're seeing a strong Republican bend right now, but as more of those ballots come in, we may start to see that change. Like I said, with Arizona, very, very close race with almost 50 to 55% of the ballots counted, 901,000 votes for Kamala Harris and 5,000 votes for Donald Trump. once again, 11 electoral votes, a strong base for a lot of voters, and where Donald Trump and Kamala Harris have been trying to pull in a lot of those bases, especially on topics such as immigration and abortion, two of the biggest topics on people's minds coming into this election. So it's going to be incredibly important to see where they are as those numbers continue to come in with only 50% counted. Still a toss-up as we can see, but very, very close for both candidates as of right now. We'll take a look at Georgia, another very, very close race. Like I said, these are going to be margins of tens of thousands of votes. So 2,300,000 votes for Kamala Harris, 2,400,000 votes for Donald Trump. An incredibly close election for this Georgia race. About 80% of the ballots counted, so incredibly close. Donald Trump is leading, and it is looking like that lead may not be made up by Kamala Harris, but like I said, those mail-in ballots, we don't know which way they are going to lead. A large portion of them were for Donald Trump, as we saw in the last couple of weeks, so that one will be a incredibly close and very soon, as it may seem, but we may not get those numbers until tomorrow. But as of right now, 80% of the ballots counted, Donald Trump still taking the lead. So we also want to talk about Michigan. Donald Trump not doing very well in Michigan, as it seems. Kamala Harris, 750,000 votes, Donald Trump, 213,000. I have a feeling we're a little bit short on the Donald Trump side, but 22% of the ballots counted. A bellwether state, we're not sure where this is leading, but if our numbers are correct right now, Kamala Harris is taking it away with some of those earlier closed polls. But as the night continues, with only around 25% of the ballots counted, still got 3/4 of the way to go for Michigan, so we'll see where they end up as the night continues. But right now, Kamala Harris taking the lead over Donald Trump, and that may continue for the rest of the night. Nevada, we still don't have any numbers as of yet for Nevada, but they will start to come in, especially with some of those western states like California, California, Washington, and Oregon. It will be a jumbled up bunch of numbers that we may start to get in the next hour for these states, as polls just closed in the last couple of minutes. So it's going to be incredibly close as we take a look at Nevada, but still, as of right now, like I said, the economy, big issue on Nevada voters' minds, as well as immigration. So we'll see where they end up in this last hour as we come to a close. But North Carolina, another Donald Trump lead. Like I said, in 2020, this was Donald Trump's only winning swing state. So as he seems to be taking it away again with 2,500,000 votes to Kamala Harris's 2,300,000 votes, 16 electoral votes. So it's on par up there with Georgia for its importance and its significance for the night. But only 85% of the ballots have been counted for North Carolina. It's possible, not very likely, but it's possible those 15% of ballots left to count may go for Kamala Harris. But right now, a Donald Trump lead by almost 200,000 votes. We'll see how that ends up in the last hour, but 85%, it's going to be a very tight margin for Kamala Harris to beat. Again, Pennsylvania, they were going towards Kamala Harris at the beginning of the night, and it seems like that has taken a bit of a turn. 2,300,000 votes to 2,400,000 votes. Incredibly close. Donald Trump taking the lead in Pennsylvania. Securing Pennsylvania for Donald Trump could be a very big win. Like I said, they were both campaigning very heavily for those Pennsylvania voters. We're going to see where that last half of the vote comes in, though. Like John said earlier, we might not get that until tomorrow or into tomorrow afternoon, depending on how fast that ballot counting goes, especially with such a large turnout. So, like I said, 55% of the vote, still a very, very close race. Tens of thousands of vote margin, 150,000 votes between them. So we're going to see where those mail-in ballots and those absentee ballots and early voting ballots come in as they are counted and tallied up. But again, there's still a long way to go for Pennsylvania voters and for the Pennsylvania count. So we'll see where Kamala Harris is at the end of the night. Still may not be exactly where, close enough to call, but we're going to see where she is at. And finally, Wisconsin. this is another extremely close state. This one only separated by 30 to 40,000 votes. 50% of the ballots have been counted, about 972,000 to 116,000, or 1,016,000 votes. So incredibly close race. This one even closer than some of the others. Wisconsin did go back and forth. They have been literally a swing state, going from from Hillary Clinton to Donald Trump, back to it seems Donald Trump, that they may not swing, but as the night continues, we're going to see once again those mail-in ballots, only 50% of the ballots in. It could go either way still. 40,000 votes is not a large margin. That could be one county that hasn't finished counting yet. But as the night comes to a close, once again, I got to remind everybody, this is the trend that we're seeing as of right now. It is too close to call. We saw these trends last time, and we're going to see them again this year. So as the night continues, we're going to bring you as close as we can to the actual count, but we still may not have exactly what you are looking for. But keep your fingers crossed, and we'll keep you updated as best as we can. That's all we have right now, so we're going to toss it back to the anchors at the desk.
With these numbers coming in.
You're watching Election Connection Live, WCSU News. You can watch us live on www.wcsu.edu/live. You can also watch us on YouTube and Facebook at Election CT. You can listen to us on the radio at WXCI Danbury FM 91.7. You can also call in at 203-837-9182.
With these numbers coming in, it's going to be incredibly interesting to hear from some callers, because I feel a lot of people right now are kind of looking at this and they're starting to feel it. First, we've talked for months now about here's how blank could win, here's how this could happen, and now that the election is happening and it's all in front of our eyes, I think a lot of people are starting to wonder, what is the path forward for my candidate? So it's incredibly engaging.
No, absolutely, and I think there's a lot of things that can move and a lot of things that can change at this point. I think, if Harris, if the vice president pulls out this victory, she could very well face a Republican Senate, which would make cabinet, the basic things of just cabinet confirmation, extremely difficult, given that you have filibusters, and a filibuster which requires 60 votes to get over is a procedural hurdle that's there in the Senate. So the vice president will have a uphill climb, and will have to have a great negotiation team on the Hill if she is elected.
The Senate makes most of the decisions.
Absolutely.
Well, all of it. So it's gonna be interesting. We are going to talk to our student reporter and student meteorologist, Cameron. He is in Washington. He's in Waterbury, Connecticut.
I'm on. Hey guys. So I'm in Waterbury right now, still with Jahana Hayes, and as you can see in the atmosphere around me, it's been pretty busy, and I heard the numbers are really close with George Logan and with Jahana Hayes. We haven't seen Jahana make an appearance yet. She's been with Channel 3 News and other places as well, so she hasn't made on property yet, but we hope to see maybe a victory speech tonight. It's been pretty close with George Logan, and a lot of people have been excited. We've been seeing numbers closely, so we'll hope to see later on what will happen.
Well, we got you here. We've already heard a few victory speeches from Murphy, Larson, Delario, and a lot of them are dropping the name of Jahana Hayes to be the next sitting member. Do you think that she has a chance with this sudden blue shift in Connecticut?
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm sorry to report, it's very noisy in this room right now, so I'm going to try to do the best I can to answer these questions. But yeah, a lot of people have been saying Jahana could be the next person, and it's very close with George Logan. So a lot of people are excited to hear, and we'll just see what happens as we go on during the night. And it's a pretty close race.
Of course. And then on the other hand, of course, you're saying it's so close. If George Logan were to take this seat, he would be one of the few sitting Republicans for representing districts in Connecticut. So he would definitely face a lot of opposition there.
For sure. And we did see that George Logan was in New Britain earlier today. He was reporting outside and speaking with other people. And then he's been so focused on, reducing gas prices and working with American energy independence and working on solutions towards that. So we'll see if he gets in and he wins. We'll see what he'll do later on.
We see that the energy in the room has clearly gone up a lot. There's a lot more people and a lot more noise. How do you think everyone's feeling in the room right now?
Yeah, there's a lot of tension going around in this room. A lot of people are happy. They're a little bit nervous. We got to speak to some people earlier, just some people that came in, and we asked them how they felt. And, they were a little bit nervous, they said, but they were excited. They were so happy that they could come out. They told us. So we'll see what happens later tonight. And as you can see, people are sitting around. They are talking. They are waiting. We have some news being live reported and the numbers on here. So it's been pretty busy here at this headquarters, so it's pretty cool to report from here.
Yeah, especially with such a combative state, because George Logan and Jahana Hayes are really neck and neck right now. Even if Jahana were not to win, I think it would be amazing just to see how the crowd kind of responds to that energy, especially.
Oh, for sure. And if we do get a victory speech, we'll definitely tune into you guys and see everyone's reactions here. It'd definitely be a great thing to see for people if she does make an appearance or if she does make a win tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Any interview that could really hammer home how these people are feeling or how specifically Hayes would be feeling before or after a victory, it would be absolutely awesome. But thank you so much for your time, Cameron.
Thank you for calling in, guys.
Yeah, of course. Again, just to reiterate there, if with such a close election in this district, it would be really interesting to see what would happen if George Logan were to win, as he would be one of the few sitting Republicans in the state of Connecticut.
Absolutely, and I think if George Logan did win, I think him and his campaign team would actually have to make a decision. Would he seek another term as representative, or would he try to run on a statewide constitutional office? So I think if former Senator, State Senator Logan does win, there is a lot of balls will be in the air on the Republican side.
Absolutely, and it'll be interesting how he responds to how the rest of Connecticut turns on issues such as abortion and climate change. Speaking
about climate change, again, we are going to weather with Luke.
Thanks, anchors, and good evening, everyone. It's definitely a comfortable night so far. Temperature is feeling nice and a great night to get outside. On our Midtown campus, we have clear skies overhead, and the temperature is 67 degrees, so feeling on the comfortable side. The dew point is 57. The wind's out of the southwest at 9 miles an hour. It's gusting up to 21 miles an hour, so it is a little bit breezy outside. You might have noticed that if you headed outside. We have a red flag warning in effect for tomorrow from 8 o'clock until 6 p.m. I'll get into that in a little bit. We have a cool down for coming up, and also we're going to be having some dry conditions as well. Now, here's the regional satellite. Take a look at this. We have a low pressure system off to our west with this complicated front, stationary front, cold front. What you need to know is basically we're going to be having a cold front come through overnight into Wednesday and bring us some cooler temperatures. It'll start a cooling trend. So for tonight, we're going to have a low of 57 degrees, southwest winds at 5 to 10 miles an hour. So it's going to be refreshingly cool tonight. Definitely you want to bring a jacket if you're heading outside. Tomorrow, we have that red flag warning. That's because we have those warm temperatures, those dry conditions, and those gusty winds, possibly gusting up to 25 miles an hour. So definitely, if you are going to be doing anything like starting a fire, you want to hold off on that until we get into some more, once that warning goes out of effect. And after that, on Thursday, we have mostly sunny skies, high of 67 degrees. So notice we're starting that cooling trend going down into the mid-60s. After that, Friday, sunny with a high of 64 degrees. Saturday, we're sunny as well. And look at that, we're back into more seasonable temperatures in the upper 50s. And then Sunday, we're mostly cloudy into the lower 60s. That's all I have for you right now. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Luke. It's funny, as the election heats up, the night's cooling down.
That was a good one.
Thank you.
Coming up, we have a story about the Gen Z impact on the current election. Let's take a look.
With the 2024 general election approaching, everyone is watching how Gen Z will reshape the political landscape, considering their growing influence thanks to the internet. As both major parties tailor their strategies for this new generation of voters, it's clear that campaigns are changing as we know them.
Madam BP, I know you've been traveling across the country. What are you hearing?
Yeah, girl, I'm out here in these streets.
That's an Elon. Wow. Shout out to Mr. Musk. That's beautiful.
Born between 1997 and 2012, Gen Z now makes up 20% of the U.S. population. With almost 70 million members, half of Gen Z is expected to vote, according to the U.S. Census, meaning that this generation is expected to turn out in record numbers coming this November. And they're bringing a new set of priorities that's forcing both parties to revamp their strategies, from climate change to social justice.
Few issues come to mind. Obviously, Gen Z voters are entering the workforce. They're either graduating college or starting college, or just starting out their adult lives. And so the state of the economy matters to them, but it matters to young people in a different way than it matters to older voters, because they are in different stages in their economic life. So younger voters will care more about things like student loans, the availability of health care that isn't tied to their jobs, the degree to which they are able to hopefully save and buy a home, so inflation, the cost of things.
On college campuses across the country, students are rallying behind candidates who align with their vision of the future. Many, being first-time voters, are motivated by a desire to see real change on issues they care about.
The issues that I think are most important, I would say women's rights, the economy, and the war going on in Israel and Palestine. So I typically get my information on this topic on social media apps such as Instagram, Discord, and Facebook.
In their bid to win over Gen Z, both parties are increasingly turning to online influencers as powerful tools for their campaigns.
For the first time ever, the DNC has given credentials, usually reserved for traditional press, to social media personalities.
These digital celebrities are being enlisted to spread political messages, encourage voter registration, and sway the opinions of their large, impressionable audiences. By partnering with influencers who resonate with Gen Z, candidates are hoping to boost their appeal and secure crucial support from this pivotal generation. With social media amplifying their message, Gen Z is using its online presence to mobilize peers and drive political discourse. This new generation is setting the standard for what could be elections as we know them. And as their influence grows, so does the attention they're receiving from political campaigns. Both major parties are tailoring their messages to swing younger voters, recognizing that Gen Z could be the deciding factor in key battleground states. With Election Day right around the corner, one thing is clear. Gen Z isn't just participating in this election, they're shaping it. This is John Stephanopoulos for WCSU News, Election Connection.
Gen Z makes a big difference in the election.
Absolutely.
So the turnout in 2020 was notably higher than it has in the past with the younger generations. And they're good at using social media. They know how to use the digital platform to share information. They use social media to look at news and everything that they need to find any information, actually.
It's also interesting that you point out how they are taking in information. We know from certain polls that almost half of young voters use social media as one of, if not their primary source of news. And with that comes a lot of scary predictions there, because we know how easy it is. I'm sure we've all been fooled once or twice to make a very convincing thing on the internet and pass it off as true and something that should be believed.
That's true. Developments in even AI, artificial intelligence, have been tenfold, it seems like.
Yeah, it seems like every day there's a new advancement that makes you wonder, like, is this best? Is this the best route to be taking this?
A lot of misinformation and disinformation is spread through social media.
Yes.
And a lot of young people, especially young teens, are getting their information primarily from there. They don't watch the news anymore. They don't read the newspaper. They don't look at accurate information. Even online, they don't look at current news. Like, they don't go to the Washington Post to read.
So it really seemed like candidates are altering their campaigns to appeal to Gen Z, and that could even tie into the political meme segment we saw earlier.
Absolutely. We know that a lot of these, it's very interesting because usually memes are kind of a grassroots movement. They're made by a few select people who feel very strongly about something, but more and more we're seeing them almost kind of astroturfed, as these are memes being put out by candidates about themselves or about their opposition, and then spread via like hashtags and shared on TikTok and Facebook especially.
Kamala Harris has been looking for more Gen Z viewers. She's gone on SNL, she's gone on Call Her Daddy, she's gone on a lot of TV and a lot of podcasts and young people shows just to pull in the young voters.
That's true, and while we're on the topic of young people, we're going to cover another issue affecting them. We have a story about NEETs coming up. Let's take a look.
How many people do you know that can't find a job or don't want to work? This kind of person is someone that politicians, lawmakers, and U.S. citizens alike would consider to be a NEET, or a person who is not in education, employment, or training. The percentage of young adults that were neither working nor enrolled in school increased from 13% to 15% from 2019 to 2021. This was largely due to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, in the years following the pandemic, many people have returned to the workforce and resumed their studies within higher education fields.
The hiring process has actually changed a lot just in general for Stop and Shop. During COVID, it was just interviewing process. Now we have to let them know if they have previously worked for Stop and Shop. It's something that has to go through corporate before we can proceed with even an interview.
The United States of America has finally recovered from the recession of working individuals that the COVID-19 virus has induced. Restored to an approximate 4.3% of people since July of this year, 37.5 million people above the age of 16 have returned to earning working wages within our economy. We know from recent times that the Trump administration has brought about flourishing avenues when it comes to the workforce, creating 7 million new jobs, triple the expected amount. This is said before we look at the other important aspect of the NEET acronym, education. College graduation rates have maintained relatively unchanged throughout the several presidencies since the Obama administration, staying at approximately 60% of college students graduating from a four-year institution with a bachelor's degree. This could also be called into question with this election. The Harris administration that is seeking to be voted into office plans to support the schooling systems from the federal government, as they plan to incorporate acts such as the Family Friendly Schools Act or the 21st Century STEM for Girls and Underrepresented Minorities Act, both allowing for more flexibility when schools conduct their lessons and allowing for more people to receive the education that many strive to learn.
We are grounded in a philosophy where our schools need to be safe and supportive environments for all. That means we need to be open to all and have understanding of each other.
Her opponent seeks to defederalize the education system within the United States, as Trump plans on cutting the Department of Education. More specifically, the party pledges to cut funding to, quote, any school pushing critical race theory, radical gender ideology, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content, unquote. Is the status quo within both the job and educational markets worth maintaining, or will the potential trade-off of bolstering the labor force at the expense of defederalizing our education systems be a benefit to the nation? This is Peter Trinchilla with WCSU News, Election Connection.
Specifically on the topic of NEETs, I fear that this is something that mainly the Republican Party has really used as a kind of fear-mongering tactic, especially after the bounce back we saw from the pandemic. This is certainly something that, while still a large enough issue, hasn't seemed to have a ginormous impact. But obviously it totally could if the situation grew to be larger than it is. Building off of that as well, it's incredibly interesting because as skilled labor and unskilled labor becomes more and more of a divide in this country, whether or not you've went to college or joined a blue-collar workforce, it's interesting to see how that's going to be reflected when they go to the polls.
Absolutely.
I agree.
And we are at the top of the half hour. We're going to take a little break again, one more time, hopefully.
Our last.
Connection, Western Connecticut State University's live news and election coverage. I'm Garth Betts. This is Election Connection's 14th year, and we are here tonight until midnight. And you're listening to us on WXCI 91.7 FM Danbury.
And I'm Joanne Ortiz. We'll also be discussing issues important to Connecticut.
And some of those issues are very controversial. I'm Buster Kamaski. We'll also be hearing from our student meteorologists for updates on the weather.
Some of the topics we will be covering tonight are the Harris and Trump agendas and a comparison of their policies, crime, immigration, and democracy versus authoritarian government.
Wow.
It's a lot.
Right.
We'll also touch on the VPs for these candidates and how they'll influence this presidential race, the Electoral College overall, Gen Z's impact on the 2024 election, and the impact of social media in regards to misinformation and disinformation.
Along with that is the rise of political violence over the past 10 years, the economy, healthcare, and various culture wars, including both climate change and abortion.
But first, the main reason we're here is tonight's election. Let's go over to the election board with Logan Montalto. Logan?
How's it going, guys? And as we come into the end of the night, we definitely have some incredibly important information to share with you. A lot of the new states have come to a close, calling the election for either Harris or Donald Trump. So as we come into the rest of the night, it's going to be those swing states that are really going to carry us through. As you can see now, Washington, Oregon, and California have closed. Harris, her hometown, California, went beautifully for her, as you can see here. The entire West Coast has kind of come out in support of those Democratic candidates, as we tend to see them do. So, like I said, California, Washington, Oregon. We're seeing New Mexico leaning Democrat and likely going to go Democrat. You know, as we see here, Colorado, just above New Mexico, has gone fully for Harris. Like I said, with that abortion question on the ballot, a lot of people were coming out, a lot of Democrats coming out to show their support and make their voices heard on that referendum. So as we see, Kamala Harris has started to bring up that electoral vote now with 187 electoral votes to 230. Donald Trump only needing 40 more electoral votes to claim victory. That is going to come from these swing states, and it's going to be incredibly close, like I just said before. Now some of Trump's victories as we come into the end of the night. Idaho going for Donald Trump. Nebraska, another one of those states that is likely going to Donald Trump. Nebraska, like Maine, does split their votes, so there are three different presidential voting districts. We could see two go for Donald Trump, and one of them has been seeming to lean towards Harris, but we still don't have those final numbers in for Nebraska. But two of Nebraska's districts, we can confidently say Donald Trump will be taking 10 of those electoral votes. 5 of them may still be going towards Harris, but we are yet to see the end of those two districts. So at least one of them, Donald Trump has won, 5 electoral votes to him. Kansas, Mississippi, West Virginia also coming out for Donald Trump. Some of those may seem like clear victories for the Republican candidates as Republican strongholds, but one that we weren't so expecting, Iowa this weekend, we saw polls that may have been alluding to the idea that Kamala Harris has and we're actually getting some breaking news in right now. We'll send it back to our desk for you with that. But before we do that, we want to make it clear that Iowa is going to be another Donald Trump victory. So as we send it back to our anchors, we'll see what that breaking news is.
We have breaking news. We have our student reporter in the field, Cameron, at the Johanna Hayes speech.
Which fundamentally is just your most precious right, and you are trusting me to be your voice for that vote. Always. And it is not lost on me, that responsibility. So my team and I are gonna go back and just wait, and we'll have official results, I imagine, very soon, because like I said, the numbers look really good. But you're here. And I said we were having a party no matter what. Because this year, you guys, I feel like we've been campaigning for 19 months. You guys have worked so hard, and I just want you to know how much I appreciate you, how much I thank you. I don't know. Here's some water. I'm like so done. My husband. I just want to thank my husband because, as you can imagine, it's really hard. Thank you. It's really hard for a man to stand by and watch people try to scandalize his wife's name, try to attack my character over and over and over again. But one of the things I know for sure is that I know who I am, and I know who I was before I went to Congress, and I am still that person, and nothing that anyone says or does can take that away from me. So nothing has changed, and I also know, and the numbers show this, and I think for me this is the most humbling part. The numbers show already that I have built up enough credibility amongst the voters in this district that they're not just going to accept anything. People are going to give me the benefit of the doubt to say, well, what does this mean? And why are people saying this? And then conduct themselves accordingly. And that's what we saw today. So thank you again for being here. Thank you. I have a feeling that when this is called, you will all be very pleased with the outcome. You will be very pleased with the outcome because it is the reflection, evidence of answered prayers. It is evidence of all of your hard work. It is evidence of your faith and trust in me. It is evidence that you are not trying to move on from the status quo. It is evidence that we have work left to do and that you will trust me to do that work. So I am not declaring victory, but I can tell you unequivocally, I know that I am walking in victory. I knew that before today. I knew that before this journey even started, so not much has changed, but I can tell you that there were some affirmations that were answered today. So again, just thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry that we have to wait once again. It's going to be a long night. We already knew that. I haven't even seen the national races that are coming in, but I believe God. I trust that this is already written. I trust that it is already done. I trust that our work is not in vain. So we have about 15 more minutes. If you guys want to party for 15 more minutes, I'd love to have you, but thank you again. That's all I want to say is just thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Wow, the energy in there is really electric. I know, again, I mean, it's just just amazing to see everybody who's come out in support, especially we know this is such a close one for this district specifically between her and George Logan.
There's a lot of people in that room.
Absolutely, yeah. I wish we could see what George Logan was currently up to right now, but it's always great to have kind of insider look at how these rallies are going for either candidate. Especially, I think it's always interesting to kind of look at parallels between local state elections and larger elections. She mentioned there how she feels she had faced a lot of adversity because, I mean, being a woman of color in politics, it must be pretty difficult to get a stand, even in a blue state like Connecticut. They're going to face a lot of opposition, and I think you could very easily tie that back to how Harris must feel trying to win over a nation that, at least pretty recently, has kind of had a string of men who were white who were president.
Definitely.
Very much.
That's very true. And coming up, we have a story about how music tastes could be correlated to politics. Let's take a look.
Classic rock, country, pop, R&B, several very unique genres. However, according to the American people, not every genre is created equally, based on something that you may not expect. These are the top 4 types of music preferred by American people. However, through the lens of political opinion, taste can change. According to a poll from the Washington Post, music taste is very correlated to what side of the spectrum you fall on. However, some genres have been found to be bipartisan. For instance, classic rock. Among 1,000 U.S. adults included in the poll, 30% of Republicans classify it as their favorite genre, and 15% of Democrats agree. However, Democrats enjoy R&B as their second most listened to genre, while Republicans have country as a go-to. We asked music history professor Marjorie Callahan why classic rock is the most commonly liked genre of music.
Classic rock is the most accessible of all of the genres because you have a melody that is easily sung usually. You've got a rhythm that echoes the heartbeat. It's consistent. I mean, think of classical music as a very small niche audience, especially now. Same with jazz. But classic rock sort of accessible and understood by many.
Campaign music choice has only grown more important in recent years. Due to instant access of any song using streaming services, a campaign's influence can be even greater.
Recently, Kamala Harris's administration changed its name to the Kamala HQ, as well as changing its X banner image to a simple text imitating the Charli XCX album cover, Brat. By aligning herself with new and popular music, Kamala's administration is appealing to young Gen Z voters who would normally listen to this. On the other side, Donald Trump is aligning with some rappers to appeal to a younger audience. Though the Republican Party generally dislikes rap, the popularity amongst young voters caused them to associate with popular, currently incarcerated rapper Young Thug in a recent livestream. Trump thought the rapper was being, quote, treated very unfairly. We asked Professor Williams, a political science professor at WCSU, how music has been related to politics in past elections.
Presidential campaigns are big cultural moments in American culture, American politics. By the time Clinton was running for re-election, Fleetwood Mac had been broken up for a number of years. Clinton used the Fleetwood Mac song Don't Stop as his campaign theme and requested Fleetwood Mac to reunite to perform for his campaign, and they did. Regardless of how you feel about his policies or about his presidency, Bill Clinton successfully got Fleetwood Mac back together.
The way music can influence a person's vote in the election has been proven extraordinary. Do you think the music you listen to has impacted you this election? I'm Garth Betts with WCSU News Election Connection.
And coming up, we have a report coming in from Nick Del Mastro in District of Columbia. Let's take a look.
Good evening, guys. Happy election night.
Always good to hear from you. How's it looking
Nick.
out there?
Well, it's a much different energy than a week ago when I got to talk to you guys from Kamala Harris's rally here. She's currently across town at Howard University watching results come in like the rest of the United States at the moment.
So tell us, even though I know you're not directly at a rally, have you felt any kind of energy in the air right now while you're out right in the heart of America?
The whole day, it's been a sort of trepidation, a bit of anxiety, a bit of waiting, sort of that calm before the storm feeling. Although right now, you take a look around, you can see I'm here at the nation's capital. It feels like any other night. It's warm. It almost feels like a summer night here. There's been lots of people taking pictures and just kind of enjoying the Capitol while it's still relatively quiet.
Of course. You mentioned that you're at the Capitol. We did get a report recently about a man trying to get into the Capitol with a flare gun and torch, if I'm correct. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
That's right. Earlier today, in the middle of the afternoon, there was a 28-year-old man from Michigan who was stopped by Capitol Police. He was dressed a little suspiciously. As I mentioned, it was warmer here today, and he was found wearing heavier clothes. When he was approached by the Capitol Police, they smelled gasoline on him, and they asked to search him and his belongings. When they did, they found, like you mentioned, a torch and flare gun, as well as documents, papers that he wanted to, in his words, deliver to Congress. The contents of those documents, we're not quite sure. It was kind of a long, ongoing investigation over the course of the afternoon, but no one's been hurt. The arrest was made. And as I said, it's just a 20-year-old man from Michigan. According to D.C. police, no connection to the election tonight.
Very interesting.
And Nick, you mentioned that event that happened earlier. I noticed you're a little bit further away from the building. How's the security around there?
It's been tight. It's been tough. I walked down here from Union Station, one of the main metro and train hubs here in the Capitol, and all along the entirety of the walk for about 5 or 6 blocks around every government building, there was an extra layer of fencing and security, as well as extra police officers and Capitol State officers just kind of sitting around waiting. Definitely a more visible presence than normal, but that was to be expected on a night like tonight.
Of course, tensions are very high on both sides, and of course we can't forget how the kind of national reaction to the events of January 6th in 2020, it's always good that there's sort of amped up security, especially around these government officials at a night like this.
Right, and it's not just the officials that are getting the security, but different businesses, as well as people living their kind of personal lives around D.C. That memory of the January 6th events is still very fresh here. There have been stores with boarded up windows and people just kind of taking it easier tonight, keeping it a bit quieter.
Of course.
Around the Capitol building, are there a lot of people still sitting there even though it's boarded up?
Yeah, I mean, the Capitol itself isn't boarded up, right? It's just downtown businesses, that sort of thing, sort of in anticipation. Mayor Bowser here in the city, as well as the chief of police, have made it abundantly clear since last week that any unruly behavior will be met very swiftly by the increased police presence. The police have been working 12-hour shifts and making themselves more visible, more noticeable to sort of deter any of that instigation of unruly behavior, let's call it.
Of course. If we could just quickly get your opinion, do you believe that this kind of security is warranted?
Absolutely. I think that with the speed information can travel, as well as the just tension and political climate that we've been facing over the past 4 or even 8 years, depending on how you look at it, it's definitely important to have that extra layer of security and just know that there are people here that will, while D.C. is very famous for protests and political speech, if it gets out of hand, it does need to be rounded up and brought back down to earth.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that right now, again, as we've mentioned, it's a very tumultuous time. So anything could happen, especially at such a, as I said, the heart of America over there. One last question. How do you feel that what do you think the population's response has been over there to this kind of ongoing back and forth? We know that D.C. and the nation across has kind of been very divided. So what are your takes on how the population has been reacting?
Well, D.C. is a very liberal city in itself. It's been wanting to become a U.S. state for some time, same as Puerto Rico. Of course, that measure is never going to get through Congress unless there's some sort of miracle. But the people here definitely very Democratic-leaning, very liberal-leaning. All of the liberal tendencies you might see from marijuana use, abortion, healthcare, rights to votes. Everything definitely leans more Democratic here. So the city itself, you won't find much of a divide. You may find a divide between D.C. and less liberal states, right? Swing states such as Georgia or Michigan, Wisconsin, the ones that we're really going to be focusing on tonight. You're going to see larger divides there, especially because the population here is much younger, closer to my age and your age, that mid to late 20s, early 30s sort of deal.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually just caught, as you were talking there, some armed police walking by, so it's very interesting to see it in action. Thank you very much for your reporting, man. It's always great to have someone on the scene like that, so thank you so much.
Of course. Thanks for having me. Have a great night.
Bye, Nick.
You too. Bye, Nick.
Yeah. Once again, thank you, Nick Del Mastro. It's always great. I love his choice of of his location, especially because I feel it kind of encapsulates exactly what this election is all about. With the aspect of January 6th, the whole Capitol looming over this election. When you think Trump, especially since that day, that is the first thing you think of. You think of the attack on the Capitol. So that has been such a large aspect of his current election. He spent so long trying to not only dissuade people from disliking him for that, but also trying to pardon the people who may have been indicted because of it, and trying to almost rehabilitate his image while still holding on to that core voter demographic.
And it's also a reflection of political violence that we've experienced in our nation before. Like you said, January 6th, definitely that framing of the Capitol building behind him, while being a beautiful shot, also is pretty tasteful for the subject.
I feel it really hits at the heart of what this election is about.
Absolutely.
It's about, can these two nominees can they stand out from what came before them? For Trump, it was his previous campaign and the fallout of losing the 2020 election. And for Kamala Harris, it's going to be how Biden was received. A lot of people viewed him as the only option. They never, I at least personally, know a lot of people who said, hey, Biden might not be great, but he's better than Trump. So now for Kamala, she has to kind of pull herself out of being seen as just Biden's VP.
Yes.
She has to, I feel like she needs to work harder to prove herself because she is a minority in the U.S.
Absolutely.
So people tend to not really go towards the minority, tend to go towards what they're comfortable with, they see more.
And we do have some updated statistics with Logan Montalto. Logan?
How's it going, everybody? So as the night comes to a close, we have, we have come to the final 30 minutes of what we can bring you guys. So as we continue to go through, I just want to give you guys a quick rundown on what has happened tonight, what it's looking like for tonight going into tomorrow. So right now, as we saw at the beginning of our show, U.S. Senate for Connecticut, Chris Murphy, the incumbent, reelected again, coming out ahead of Matthew Corey and his other independent challengers. So congratulations to Chris Murphy for his very own district here in Connecticut. So as we continue, John Larson, another, coming back in for his 9th term, another incumbent, reelected once again against Jim Griffin. Another incredible race, very close, but John Larson did pull ahead. Another one, Joe Courtney, did pull ahead just recently. They were able to call it. Joe Courtney, the incumbent, reelected once more over Mike France, beating him a second time. Similar for Rosa DeLauro, holding on to that seat another 2 years, going for that 35-year stretch for New Haven against Michael Massey. Incredible race, Rosa DeLauro. Like I said, a sight for sore eyes in New Haven. They will keep bringing her back as long as she is down for it. Jim Himes, another Democratic incumbent for Connecticut, won also re-elected against his challenger Michael Goldstein, his second time beating out Michael Goldstein. Benjamin Wesley, unfortunately couldn't bring out those independent voters or carry those voters away from the Democratic or Republican Party. So a very seen win for Jim Himes. The solid Democrat district. This was very close from the start, but Jim Himes pulled away with it as the Democratic incumbent. And finally, District 5. We're still not seeing an end to this tonight, and it may go beyond the length of our show, but Jahana Hayes, 43,200 votes to 43,800 votes. George Logan pulling ahead a little bit, it seems. Like I said, these were extremely close polls, but we may not be able to see the end of it tonight. But Jahana Hayes, George Logan, as we saw, Jahana Hayes ready for whatever is next, no matter what. So as we go into the end of the night, George Logan will see if he can hold on to that slight lead coming into the last hour of the election. That should be called within the hour. So, if we don't have that information for you, it should be posted and available for you as soon as you guys are ready and have your phones in hand, checking on those results like I know so many of you will tonight. But one last look at the Electoral College. Kamala Harris, a few more additional votes. Donald Trump still hasn't claimed anything in the last 30 minutes, but 205 to 230 electoral votes, 25 electoral vote difference, very, very close. But as we come into the end of the night, we're going to see those last swing states starting to announce where they are at. With Arizona, very even still. About 50 to 60% of their votes have been counted. We still don't have a definitive picture of where Arizona is going to land. Georgia, leaning Trump pretty strongly, about 85% of the votes in, so it looks like Georgia will be going to Donald Trump. Similarly, Michigan, 38% of the vote, still not very much. There's still a lot to go, so it could go either way for Michigan. We're still yet to see, but leaning Trump as of right now. Nevada, only 2% of the vote counted. We can't really make any determinations right now. Donald Trump is getting a slight lead, but Kamala Harris absolutely could bring that back. North Carolina, we can say, has been called for Donald Trump, just as they were, as it was in 2020. Donald Trump bringing those voters back out again, really securing that key swing state at coming into the end of the night. So we'll see where that ends up. Pennsylvania, a very similar image to what we've seen in the rest of the swing states, leaning Donald Trump by about 3 to 4 points. 82% of the vote has been counted. That last 18%, we'll see if those are Kamala Harris supporters coming out to switch that back. But it could really go either way. We saw her leading in the beginning, and now Donald Trump taking it away with only 18% of the vote left. As the night comes into an end, as John said earlier, we may not see this until tomorrow or tomorrow afternoon. So just keep that in mind as we go into tonight. Wisconsin also leaning Trump 70%. Another very close election by only 3 to 4 points. So it's going to be incredibly close as we go into the end of the night. These swing states have been fighting back and forth. We've seen them flip to Harris, to Donald Trump, to Harris, to Donald Trump. And right now it seems like Donald Trump is taking it away. But I just want to remind everyone, we saw this again in 2020, so this isn't the end. As the night comes out, whoever you're crossing your fingers for, things could change still. Donald Trump could continue to increase his leading, and Kamala Harris could flip a few of those key swing states, but as of right now, it's looking good for Donald Trump. We will see where we are at as we open our eyes tomorrow and look at our phones, as I'm sure we all will, to be seeing where we're at. It's been an incredible night, a lot of incredible speeches, and a lot of incredible voters coming out to vote on the things that have been affecting them the most importantly. So as we come to an end, I'd like to remind you all, this is once again not the end. Keep crossing your fingers, and we will see where we end up as we come into tomorrow. But thank you very much, and we will send you back to our anchors.
Thank you very much, Logan. Wow. So again, right at the edge of the hour here, it's amazing to see just how close it still is. I mean, we saw an early Trump lead. I believe it was like 180 to about sub 50 for Kamala. So to see it come back up to where it's now, just under about 30 points between them, very, very interesting.
It seems like California got involved.
Yeah, exactly.
All of their electoral votes.
It's interesting. Still with Arizona, they're only 50% in, and 0.4% is the difference.
That's incredible how, again, something I really hope we'd hammered home throughout this coverage is that America is made up of microcosms. It's always going to be small scale shows the big scale. And if there's one thing I could say about this entire election this year, it's that it is close, it's undecided, and it's very vitriolic.
Yeah. And wow, that's a good word.
So they're kind of, everything's in flux, and we can't be sure. Again, we know Harris's campaign has already come out and mentioned.
And to just summarize Connecticut's part in this election, it was a Harris state, definitely, and it's blue pretty much across the board, except for this very close Jahana Hayes and George Logan race.
We'll find out tomorrow how the results are.
Yeah, and then
it can be either way.
Yeah, and later through the week, we'll be sure to learn more about the presidential election. Very exciting.
Sure cannot wait for that. And with that, we'd like to conclude tonight's coverage of the 2024 presidential race. We've touched on many topics such as economic inflation, climate change, and various culture wars.
In this race, certain groups have played pivotal roles in deciding the outcome of many races, both national and local. From New Yorkers to immigrants to evangelicals, everyone's vote has been counted.
Thank you all for tuning in to our live election coverage tonight on the WCSU Election Connection Facebook and YouTube page, and listening on WXCI 91.7 FM.
For WCSU Election Connection, this is Garth Betts, alongside Joanne Ortiz and Buster Kamaski. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.